infield, and does a great job here at Maquoketa. Tell you a little bit about tonight's racing action for the second edition of the Nippy 50. Hot laps followed by qualifying, 2 groups, Group A, Group B. And we'll have 4 heat races here tonight. They'll have 8 laps. We'll take the top 4. Winners will go to the redraw. A couple of B mains tonight, taking the top 2 out of 2 B mains will be 10 laps in distance. And of course tonight, $10,000 to the winner. 1 year ago, it was Bobby Pierce. $1,000 to start the A main tonight as well. Some extra bonus money sprinkled in throughout the night. Of course, we'll interview the qualifier, and the fastest qualifier got some money for that as well. Little track facts about Maquoketa Speedway. Opened in 1967. It is a 3/8 mile semi-bank clay oval. Again, here on the eastern side of the Hawkeye state of Iowa. And there you go, race fans. I tell you what, on a beautiful March Iowa day, that is a long line to get in. We're expecting a massive crowd, and you can see why as they continue to file in here at Maquoketa Speedway. Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for attending tonight's Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outdoor Services. Once again, as we wait to take a little bit of break, but all these awesome race fans are going to file in. We're going to have a great night. Beautiful weather on tap. It's the Mars Racing Series, the Mars Championship Late Model Series, powered by FK Rod Ends. We're going to take a break on Flow. We'll be right back. The second edition of the Nippy 50 right here on Flow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Maquoketa Speedway for the second edition of the Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services with the Mars Late Model Championship Series. Beautiful afternoon here in Iowa. Glad to have each and every one of you here at Maquoketa Speedway as we get set and ready to go. Big night of racing coming up. Quick check of the weather, 78 degrees. Got a few clouds here and there, but the wind here tonight, you can see the camera shaking back and forth. 22-mile-per-hour winds with gusts up to 50 miles an hour here this track crew going to have its work cut out, but no doubt Mr. Kai going to do a great job on this racing surface. Well, down in the infield, an awesome racing surface, no doubt, and an awesome racing track here at Maquoketa Speedway. We're going to send it down to their own pit reporter, Jason Frummel.
Thanks, Mike. Live from Victory Lane down here at the Maquoketa Speedway. You had mentioned it. The weather here today is incredible. The only caveat, the wind is blowing across from turns 3 towards turns 1 at a ridiculous rate. High winds here today. Very warm, very sunny. Track crew going to have a lot of work to do. They've been working hard at it. Practice last night was great. Racetrack was ribbon smooth. Should be ready to rock and roll here tonight. 114 cars checked into the pit area for the second running of the Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services here at Maquoketa Speedway.
Well, Jason, we look forward to working with you all weekend long. Great job, my man. He'll handle all the infield work and the other classes on tap here tonight. So we got, as you mentioned, a ton of race cars here. 44 of the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Let's take a look at some of the main entries here tonight, notables, if you will. How about Brandon Shepard in the Rocket House car alongside? That'll be Brian Shirley also here. Brian Shirley off to a pretty good start here in 2025. Of course, he's won 3 races in a row in the Mars Championship Late Model Series, dating back to last year, Brownstown Bullring, and then 2 in a row at Fairbury at the end of the year. How about the high side hustler, Jason Fager, our points champion, looking to make it 3 years in a row with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. 6 wins on the season, one of the hottest drivers in America. In the 20 RT, that is Ricky Thornton Jr., set and ready to go. The Maquoketa Missile is planned to run the Mars Series all season long. Glad to have Shannon Babb with us here tonight. Also, a former champion of the World of Outlaws in car number 28. How about it for Dennis Erb Jr.? And ladies and gentlemen, also here tonight, the smooth operator. He won this race 1 year ago. How about it for Bobby Pearson, 32? Coming off a big win with the World of Outlaws in Swainsboro as well. How about it for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin in 19R at 58? Maybe one of the picks to win here this weekend. Maybe a sneaky pick, but he keeps getting real good, better and better. How about it for the 58 of Garrett Alberson back there in the pit area? And of course, the Simpson brothers. Wouldn't be a good Iowa race without the 2 Simpson brothers, Chad Simpson, and of course his brother Chris Simpson. Chad, a 5-time MLRA champ, 6-time Corn Belt Class champ, and of course a great driver here in the great state of Iowa, his brother Chris Simpson as well. He picked up a 2020 MLRA win right here at Maquoketa Speedway. We're going to take a look at the Mars Championship schedule. Well, of course, we're here at Maquoketa Speedway for the second edition of the Nippy 50. Coming up April 4th, we get a PIR, Paducah International Raceway, for the USA World 50. And then coming up April 5th, Charleston Speedway for the Charleston Challenge. That'll be a great weekend. Coming up next weekend, Paducah, Charleston. And then April 17th, we get a Cedar County Raceway for the Hawkeye Land 40. Hope to see each and every one of you there at Cedar County. And then coming up a big weekend, 2 nights, April 18th and 19th at 34 Raceway, the legendary 34 Raceway for the Slocum 50. It's become one of the biggest races here in the great state of Iowa. We look forward to that. And then April 25th, we head back to Illinois for the Brownstown Bullring, the JCB Diggin' Dirt 30. Love everything they're doing there at Brownstown. And then we head to P-Town for another exciting Gary Swybold Memorial. We'll see if Ryan Unziger can defend his title there at P-Town, Peoria Speedway. Quincy, Highland, Tri-City. Coming up May 16th, Mars Late Models at Quincy. May 17th at Highland, Mars Late Models. And, of course, May 23rd as we approach Memorial Day weekend. Oh, yeah, the Goodacres Tri-City Speedway. You know that's going to be a good one with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Well, the line continues to get a little bit longer. Don't worry, race fans. We are getting closer and closer to hot laps. We'll make sure every one of you get in here, get a great seat. 44 cars and stars are on hand for the Mars Championship Late Model Series, the second edition of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outdoor Services. We will be right back right here on Flow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second edition of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services. The second edition of the Nippy 50 with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. I want to thank some fine sponsors real quick. FK Rod Ends, Elliott Custom Trailer, Dyer's Top Rods, some of the awesome sponsors here with the Mars Championship Series. Of course, FloRacing Electronics, Hoosier Tires, Sunoco Race Fuels, Pontiac RV, All-Star Performance, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Driscoll Motors, MD3, some of the awesome sponsors, Fairbury Fastener and Supply Digital Copy Systems, Whalen, as we get set and ready for hot laps. So get some more of those awesome awesome sponsors for the Mars Championship Late Model Series. And speaking of awesome, number 58, Garrett Alberson, rolling out. First car going to be on the Speedway in car number 58. Had a solid season 1 year ago. And man, I tell you what, one of those drivers to keep your eye on. 20th season in the Ken and Beth Roberts owned your 2024 Baltus Classic. Of course, he picked up a big win in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series at Port Royal. Had wins this year at Vado. So there's the Reaper Ryan Gustin coming off a big win over there out at Swainsboro, of course, with the World of Outlaw late models. The Reaper Ryan Gustin, we know all about his modified career here in the great state of Iowa in the 19R machine. Also out there in the 60 machine, set and ready to go. There you go, Marshalltown, Iowa's Ryan Gustin. Also rolling on the Speedway in car number 60 as well, sorry. Some new faces here. That'll be Dan Ebert, the driver out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, in car 60. As we get set and ready for hot lap session number 1, that'll be the 99 of McKay Winger. Winger in car number 99 had some engine issues a night ago. Hopefully they got everything shaken down, everything ready to go. Hot lap session number 1 here at Maquoketa for the Nippy 50 is just about ready, as they'll get the yellow and green first. Of course, a year ago, your winners, Bobby Pierce on the opening night, and of course Ricky Thornton Jr. You see on your screen there in the 20RT went to victory lane 1 year ago on Saturday night. Both cars in attendance here tonight. Of course, Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa, the Infinity by Wells. Jay Dickens powered 19R. Also on Speedway in the 89 out of Manhattan, former Falls Cup champion. That'll be Mike Spatola. Mike Spatola in car number 89. Set and ready to go. Jake Neal all the way from Omaha, Nebraska to be here with us tonight. Good to have Jake Neal in car number 6. Got some victories on the SLMR Tour. Garrett Alberson in 58. Right now, Dan Ebert, 17-136. But again, wind blowing very hard here all afternoon, so I'm sure Ricky Kai and the group will have a handle on the track. There's Dan Ebert, one of the fastest cars, 16.756 in car number 60. And again, we mentioned Garrett Alberson in car number 58. So right now, Dan Ebert. Looks like Garrett Alberson on that final lap went to the top of the heap. Got Brennan Willard. Brennan Willard going to be one of our 2025 Rookie of the Year contenders. Want to thank the fine folks at Sunoco. Darren Klein, Jake Little, Steve Stoltz in 78S, 1 GT, Guy Taylor, 3 of Brennan Willard. All going to be buying for that Sunoco 2025 Rookie of the Year. So had an issue with transponder on the 19R of Ryan Gustin, so we'll have to work on that. You see some of the cars ready for hot laps, our next hot lap session. There's Brendan Willard, one of our Rookie of the Year contenders in car number 3. And the Willard Supply, Willard Asphalt car number 3W. Ready to go. So Garrett Alberson, Brennan Willard, Dan Ebert, Jake Neal, Mike Spatola, McKay Winger, a couple of Fairbury boys there, 88, 89, 99. McKay Winger picked up one of his biggest win of his career at the Fairbury Speedway last year. So again, as he has teamed up once again, the Reaper in car number 42. Ready to go. Again, he had some issues last night. So here we go. Cars back on the speedway as we fire him back up. 89 out of Manhattan. That'll be Opie Mike Spatola, three-time Falls Cup champion in 89 at Rocket XR1. There's Ryan Gustin. You mentioned the Reaper. And he'll be a force. Picked up a big win there at Swainsboro. The 58 of Garrett Alberson. 2 wins at Farmer City and a feature win at Fairbury Speedway and a Falls Cup night. In the 58, there's Dan Ebert, as we mentioned, in 60. Alberson, Spatola, Ebert. Ebert goes 14.431. There's Garrett Alberson right now, your fastest at a 1.4, 1.29, 1.4, 1.29 for GA. Garrett Alberson. We get set and ready for hot lap session number 2. Again, Dan Ebert coming to us from Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. In the Andy Durham Rocket, Collins Brother Towing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, car number 60. There's Chris Simpson out of Oxford, Iowa. Again, won some features at the LaSalle Speedway. Of course, got a big win, MLRA, 2 times a winner. Wheatland, 1 win at Granite City in his 32nd season, 3 wins 1 year ago. Of course, twice at Wheatland, as I mentioned, a winner at Granite City, a 4-time Summer National winner. 3S, the Squirrel of Brian Shirley on the Speedway as well. Brian in his 29th season, 9 wins in 2024. Rich Bell also onto the Speedway in car 21B. Again, former LaSalle track champion, 2014, 2015. That Rocket chassis. Of course, 2016, 17, and 18, he picked up ethanol series wins. Did the 21B of Rich Bell. More cars continue to roll onto the speedway. As we get set and ready, green flag out. There's Kai in 15K. Ready to go. A big name here in the great state of Iowa is the 15K of Justin Kai. He's won all over the great state of Iowa, Wheatland, Iowa. And I did miss one, I apologize, in car number 26. That'll be Matt Minzy. Matt Minzy in 26. Speaking of awesome drivers, in car number 56, how about it for Tony Jackson Jr.? Tony Jackson Jr. mentioning he's going to run with us in his 28th season. 160-plus career wins. A year ago, he picked up a $5,000 to win Comp Cams win. Outlaw Motor Speedway at a $12,000 win. MLRA feature win, the Ron Jenkins Memorial. There's Brandon Shepard, or excuse me, Steve Shepard. Yes, Steve Shepard in 5S, set and ready to go. He's got a Summer National win and a Mars win. There's Frank Heckenes Jr. Picked up his biggest victory, a $36,000 wood tick victory at Merritt. There's your fastest car so far in hot laps. How about it, race fans? Here in Iowa so far, fastest in hot laps, it'll be Chris Simpson. Again, twice a winner at Wheatland and a winner at Granite City 1 year ago. We do have an onboard camera here tonight. The high side hustler, Jason Fager, supporting that online camera in car number 25. Rolling onto the speedway as well, so we look forward to that action cam. Thank you to the high side hustler, Jason Fager. Parker Foster out of Winona, Minnesota in the 35X rolling out onto the speedway. second year in the late models in car number 35X. Expecting big things from Parker Foster in 35X. Behind of him, the Pink Panther. How about it for Bob Gardner? Bob Gardner in 4, running 4th on the tour 2 years in a row now, 2023, 2024. Always consistent, several podiums in the 4G. Second Rookie of the Year a couple of years ago. Also rolling onto the Speedway in car 46, set and ready to go. Another set and ready to go. Here we go, our next hot lap session. Right now, Simpson 13.894, 13.894. See if anybody can lower that hot lap time. That'll be Mark Pfluger. Pfluger in 46. There's Darren Klein. Klein running with the Mars Championship Series here in 2025. Again, a ton of wins to start off the season in car 10. Good to have Darren Klein running with us. Of course, Klein in his 13th season. 10+ wins in 2024, 5 at Peevely. 4 at Brownstown, 1 at Highland. And Chad Simpson also out there. Simpson now the fastest as he bests his brother. So the Iowa drivers making it well known here in the Hawkeye State. Chad Simpson, 13.662. How about it? Chad Simpson, again, a 5-time MLRA champion, a 6-time Corn Belt Clash champion. There's a former champion at the Fairbury Speedway, 2 times at a modified. That'll be A-Dog. Alan Weiser now in a Longhorn race car. Alan Weiser set and ready to go in 25W. Worth noting, last year at the halfway mark, he was the point leader on this series. And then unfortunately had some mechanical issues, had to drop off the tour. Guy Taylor with us, making a bid for a rookie campaign, the GT1 of Guy Taylor, coming to us out of Springfield, Illinois in GT1. There's the 2016 Dirt Late Model Dream winner. Former World of Outlaw champion in 28. Vomac Truck Sales, McBride Mac, car number 28, a Dennis Erb Jr. And not Ricky Thornton, but Dylan Thornton, 38T. That young man starting to make some noise. Dylan Thornton in his 9th season, a 2023 IMCA Super National stock car champion. And then a year ago, he won the IMCA Super Nationals in a mod and late model. So we'll keep our eyes on Dylan Thornton. There's Alan Weiser. I believe Gordy Gundaker out there. Yes, in the Hoker Trucking. Car number 11. Good to have the G-Man with us. Again, picked up a Mars win at Peevely a couple of years ago in 2023. 7th in the World of Outlaw points back in 2022. Most notable win, one of them, 2020. Picked up a Summer National feature win at Falls. Top 10 in points. There's your Rookie of the Year, 15, Justin Duty. Mark Voigt right in front of him. The Marine Madman Racing Man, Mark Voigt. 15 of Justin Duty. And how about it, Iowa? Young Dylan Thornton. You know, I talked about him earlier. Dylan Thornton right now the fastest in hot laps. Again, an IMCA Super National standout, also winning in the Malvern Bank at Stewart, Lafayette County, where he had 2 wins. And already this year, he's got 3 wins at Central Arizona Raceway. Dylan Thornton may be a force here in the 2nd edition of the Nippy 50. There's Ryan Unzicker in the RJR Transportation, car number 24. He was 2nd in points 2 years in a row. Also on the Speedway, not Darren Klein. In 10T, that'll be Jeff Tharp. Jeff Tharp coming all the way from Sherrill, Iowa to be here. Good to have Jeff Tharp in 10T set and ready to go. The run on the Malvern Bank, 5th in 2024 with 3 crate wins. Behind of him as we get our next hot lap session set ready to go, that'll be Kurt Schroeder. Kurt Schroeder in the 15C, driver hails out of Newton, Iowa. There's another Rookie of the Year sponsored by Sunoco. Go Sunoco, 38J. That'll be Jake Little in the Brandt Consolidated car 38. And there's the B5. Brandon Shepard in the Valvoline. Shepard Auto Sales B5 set ready to go. Good to have Brandon Shepard with us in the B5 machine. Bobby Pierce also on the Speedway. And now, again, 1 year ago, and Pierce may be in trouble here. I don't know if that was the end of the hot lap session. But how about it? 32 Bobby Pierce, 13.263 race fans. Again, how about it for Bobby Pierce in 32? 1 year ago, he won this event. Good to have Bobby Pierce with us in 32 in the Churchill Transport low voltage solutions car number 32. Comes in with 6 wins. Him and Ricky Thornton Jr. I tell you what a weekend this is going to be here. The Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. Both Pierce and Thornton coming in with 6 wins. Who's going to get 7 first? Could it be this weekend or could it be somebody else? But man, what a battle all season long. 32 and 20 RT. It's going to be awesome. Jason.
Modifieds set to make their way out onto the Speedway for their warm-up session here tonight. Good-looking crop of cars. 33 on hand with us, the IMCA Modifieds. Set to work out onto the Speedway.
So while we wait for people to continue to file in here at Maquoketa as we get set for our next session of Hot Laps, going to take a look here on Flow. Upcoming Schaefer's Spring Nationals. Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals coming up March 29th, East Alabama Motor Speedway, and then April 18th ahead to I-75 Raceway. The Bill Corum Memorial's coming up April 19th at Tazewell Speedway. And then the Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals head to Beckley Motor Speedway coming up April 25th and 26th. And again, Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals Sugar Creek Raceway coming up May the 2nd. That's a good look at the Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals presented by Coltman Farms here on Flow. And again, Jason, the crowd is long continued around the line there. Man, beautiful racing weather here in Iowa. Get a good look at the fans. They continue to file in.
Yeah, everybody's still making their way on into their seats here as we get set to go IMCA modified hot lap sessions. The sport mods of the stock cars will wrap up our warm-ups here tonight. We'll wind out this little stanza of the program with the Mars Championship Series time trial qualifications before we get underway with our invocation and opening ceremonies here tonight. The modified set to make their way onto the Speedway. We'll get you familiarized with the cars and stars. The ground pounders of America's heartland. Jaden Fryer, the 8 machine out of Freeport, Illinois, going to be the first car to the Speedway. Brand new race car, going to put first laps on it right here at the Maquoketa Speedway. He's a former track champion in the modified division. Scotty Lemke, a one-time feature winner in 2024. The D55 out of Rockford, Illinois. The 29 car, the Concrete Kid, Spencer Dirks. That Rockstar Energy Drink World Performance sponsored car number 29, making his way off into turns 1 and 2. Sergeant Charlie Moore out of Bettendorf, the youngster in 99, making his 3rd season start here at the Maquoketa Speedway. Racer Joe Henefeld out of Freeport, Illinois, the 33J car. Brandon Jewell out of Clinton with us in the 99 machine. Joel Siegert Sr., the 4S car, first time to the Speedway for that hot rod as he makes his way down the back straightaway, the 72 car. Sharp looking hot rod. Ryan Heskett with us, the 05, making his first appearance here at Maquoketa Speedway. Ryan Maitland, a 2-time feature winner here in the big city, works along with the number 4 car. He comes to us out of Waterloo, Iowa. Austin Stam, the 12T, the Orangeville Outlaw, Orangeville Illinois driver, here. Hot lap session number 1 for your modifieds. Jaden Fryer, the quick car, the 8 machine out of Freeport, Illinois, going to be the fastest out of the first group. Jacob Snyder with us, the Precision Auto, or the Premier Auto Glass sponsored car number 98. It comes to us out of Dunkerton, Iowa. Spencer Dirks in the 29 car just wrapped up that hot lap session, was the feature winner right here on Friday night during the Nippy 50 last season in Ryan Doom's car number 21T, behind the wheel of his own car number 29 here tonight. Modified's going to step out for one more stanza of hot laps here tonight. Sharp looking race cars, all brand new, making maiden voyages and first laps. Modified, sport mods, stock cars, all in support of your Mars Championship Series super late model cars here at the Nippy 50, the second running.
Awesome, buddy. I got you. What do I have in 1 and 2 there? Nothing, buddy. How'd I go?
And the next crop of cars going to make their way out onto the Speedway IMCA modified hot laps. Mike Garland behind the wheel, that famous G1 machine, Morris, Illinois driver. Joel Crowbridge out of Union Grove, Wisconsin, the 28C machine, making his debut here at the Maquoketa Speedway. Steve Mueller, in the 2M machine. Trevor Fitz in the 2.8. Little Benny Chapman, the 1 junior car, making his way off of turn 2 down the back straightaway, bumping up a class this year. Shane Paris out of Muscatine, the 17C machine. The 1 car out of Cologne, Illinois, that's long hair, Eric Barnes. Dan Riedel in 33X, he comes to us out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Skylar Wood in the 32X, the same home zip code. We get set to turn loose. Hot laps for your modifieds. Once again, keeping an eye on my timing and scoring by way of my race pass app. Set the high water mark early here. Hot lap session number 057 Shane Paris will leapfrog about 16.472. The driver out of Muscatine, Garland back to the top of the speed charts. Trevor Fitz goes to the good lap, 16.446. So as we wind down our hot lap session for your IMCA modified, Shane Paris going to break the stripe with the fastest lap, 16.031 seconds to perform a race car. 17C, the driver out of Muscatine, Iowa. Shane Paris, the quickest out of our hot lap groups here, with 1 remaining for your modified cars. Final group for your modifieds going to make their way out onto the Speedway. Matt Werner, the 93 car, comes to us out of Geneseo, Illinois. Josh Fisher, the 59. He's out of LaPorte City, Iowa. Troy Mills, the 3rd. TM3, the 07 with an X, out of Bakersfield, CA. Making his home in central Iowa now. Isaac Malakote out of Boone, the 11 car. Gary Vandermark, the 10 machine, making his debut here at the Maquoketa Speedway. Cody Laney out of Torrance, California, going to make his way down the back straightaway. That Range race car, iBox Spring sponsored entry. Bo Larson, multi-time track champion. 2020, 2020, IMCA National Champion, beat 1 machine out of Freeport. Jed Freiberg, debut in the Range race car here tonight. So out of the third and final hot lap group here for your IMCA Modifieds, it'll be Cody Laney out of Torrance, California, the quickest car. The 5L machine goes 15.953, quickest car out of the final group of hot laps for your IMCA Modifieds. Stock cars going to make their way out onto the racetrack for their warm-up session here tonight. The Class 2 Tough to Tame. Cody Miles is going to step out onto the speedway first, the 4K car out of Bernard, Iowa, the 12N gauge deal. He's out of Martell at 12N. Keegan Wells out of Wilton at 23W. Brett Gill out of Muscatine at 28. Clay Hockaday sits behind the wheel of the 7Z. He's out of Erie, Illinois. Andrew Burke, the Milan Missile in 77. Mitchell Evans out of Dubuque, the 8E car. Vern Jackson out of Independence, Iowa in 64. Zach Marg in the 18Z. Stepping out as we turn them green. Hot laps for your stock car. H. Neal, the 12M machine, last year's grand champion. Flash of the coast. This year, winner on the final night. With an extra flopper out the back of the 77 machine. Roll right along. Session of hot laps for your stock mods. We'll cap it off with the sport mods. Ceremonies here, night number 1, the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services, Maquoketa Speedway. Checking live timing and scoring in the My Race Pass app. Quickest out of the group, Greg Gill out of Muscatine, 16.934. Little hiatus out of the driver's seat, but back in the last couple of years. Eastern Iowa Landscape Services sponsored car number 28. We get another group of them making their way out onto the speedway. First car to it from right here in the big city, the 72. That's Jake Ellithorpe. Matt Pickray out of West Liberty, the 27 machine, the 27 with the Z. That's Chase Saruba. He's from Iowa's Island City. The Iceman, Dustin Viz in the 20B. One of those brand new Camaro composite bodies. David Murdy in 99D. Dallin Murdy in 99X. Damon's in the red one. Dallin's in the black and pink. Mike Vandermark Jr., the 26 machine. We were talking about the Clash of the Coast. He was the current champion of the Clash of the Coast stock car division. Driver out of Michigan. Jeremy Campbell with this afternoon. 0J car. Long-time driver, former track champion right here at Maquoketa Speedway. Kenny Richards was the 20 machine out of Wisconsin. Along with us last year during the Iowa Dirt Nationals, making his first appearance here in 2025. Tyler Wilson out of Little Swamico, Wisconsin, the K9 car. Lots of cars making their debut. Lots of cars making their first laps ever right here at the Nippy 50. Sport Mod's going to cap off our hot lap session here tonight. Looks like maybe we'll just go one set of hot laps for your Sport Mod cars. They make their way out onto the Speedway. First car to it, two-time defending track champion right here at the Maquoketa Speedway. We call him the Candyman, Jared Franzen in 33. Shane Bennett out of Mineral Point, Wisconsin, the 10S machine. Justin Becker is behind the wheel of 35 Junior. He's out of Bernard. Sharp-looking hot rod, the 22C out of Rose Creek, Minnesota. That'll be Michael Johnson making his first laps here. Mitchell Fairbank out of Oshkosh in 10F. Braden Claiborne out of Santa Maria, California, the 2B car. Rolling his way down the back straightaway, Nathan Szilagyi, the 18 hot rod. Levi Heath's with us, the 9H. He's out of Wilton, Iowa. Brad Salisbury in 28.
Rodney.
The 48 car working down the back straightaway. That's Matt Urban. He comes to us out of Milwaukee. We get set to turn. Sport Mod hot laps. Yeah, all of our warm-up sessions here tonight. Levi Heath, Justin Becker, Matt Urban, rounding out your top 5 fastest cars, Sport Mod hot laps, wrapped up and in the books. That'll do it for our warm-ups here tonight. Mars Championship Series time trial qualification going to be next up on the docket. Mike Norris, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, as we get set and ready to go. Overall Fast Time sponsor tonight for the Nippy 50. We'll talk to our fastest overall qualifier presented. The Nippy 50 tonight presented by D&E Outside Services. Thank you to them. Our overall Fast Time sponsor going to be the Pit Crew Barbecue. Thank you to those overall Fast Time sponsors. Victory Lane sponsor. Want to thank HD Equipment, Armband sponsor, C&J Trucking. Presenting sponsors, I mentioned D&E Outside Services. Hot Laps and qualifying sponsor, again, 5-Star Shop Services. Friday night after party, got to have one of those. Thank you to RLM Enterprises. Hot Pit sponsor tonight, Eastern Iowa Overhead Doors. Sponsor FloRacing. Thank you to IMCA Modified sponsor Ascendance International. And then we'll get to the heat race sponsors here coming up in just a bit. Fisher Farms, Century Services, along with some awesome Mars sponsorship from Pontiac RV. They are our official RV dealer. They'll sponsor heat race number 1. All-Star Performance, as always, will start the start zone located down in turns 3 and 4. And our Victory Lane sponsor tonight, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Thank you to O'Reilly Auto Parts for our Victory Lane sponsor here tonight. Thank you to Driscoll's, the MD3 Hard Charger, Willwood Brakes, and tonight's Woods Basement System work area. We'll talk more about that later. Here comes our first 2 qualifiers on the Speedway. Rolling down the front straightaway, going to be Brennan Willard. Brennan out of Lebanon, Missouri, in a Longhorn, Vic Hill Powered, Schaefer's Oil, Willard Asphalt, Allgaier Performance, Midwest Sheet Metal. Car number 3 of Brennan Willard, also on the Speedway, one of the hottest drivers in the country, 20 RT, Ricky Thornton Jr. Ricky out of Martinsville, Indiana, on the Longhorn chassis, Clements Powered, Hoker Trucking, Kohler Motorsports, car 20 RT. So we'll check our live timing and scoring. Brendan Willard and Ricky Thornton Jr. Thornton goes to the top, 13, 4, 6, 2, 1, 3, 4, 6, 2. 44 cars here tonight. The first 22 will be Group A. The second 22 will be Group B. Group A is heats 1 and 2. Group B is 3 and 4. Next qualifier scheduled to be Mike Spatola, the driver to Manhattan, Illinois, in car number 89, and Dan Ebert, all the way from Lake Shore, Minnesota, to be with us here tonight in 60. First up, Mike Spatola out of Manhattan, Illinois, in the Rocket XR. 1.2 Pro Power Racing engine under the hood of his Big Daddy Scrap, B&D Chemical, Lake Norman Mechanical, and Country Chevrolet. Car number 89 is Mike Spatola. Also on the Speedway is going to be the 60 of Dan Ebert. Dan out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, in a Rocket chassis, Andy Durham powered. Collins Brothers Towing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters. Car number 60, about it for Dan Ebert. So Ricky Thornton Jr., a 13.462, the time to beat. Dan Ebert knocking on the door to 13.726. Second lap for him is quicker. 13.466, 13.466. How about it for the 60? Dan Ebert goes to second. Spatola and Willard round out your top four. Next two going to be Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa, 19R, and alongside also on the Speedway, it'll be the 58 of Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Rolling onto the back straightaway, race fans. First up, Ryan Gustin, the Infinity, Jay Dickens powered, Carl's Chevrolet, Allen Seamless Gutters, Dynamic Drive Lines, and Fertilizer Specialist. The driver again out of Marshalltown, Iowa, 19R, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. Garrett Alberson in car number 58 all the way from Las Cruces, New Mexico, in the Longhorn chassis, Clements powered, Low Voltage Solutions, Fast Shafts, Bill Sports Shop, and Mesilla Valley Transport. Car number 58, Garrett Alberson. Ryan Gustin going to go to the top at 13.320, 13.320. Garrett Alberson now second, 13.348, 13.348. But how about it, Maquoketa? Quick time, 13.320. The Reaper now the fastest at 13.320. So good lap for both those drivers. Alberson second, Thornton back to third. Next up will be Frank Heckenus Jr. out of Frankfort, Illinois. And that Longhorn chassis, Vic Hill powered, Indy You Pick Apart, Storage Squares. And JR hauling car 99, JR of Frank Heckenus Jr., your wood tick winner last year, to the tune of $36,000. Fouled out by McKay Winger out of Fairbury. And the Longhorn chassis, Matt Ryan Racing engine under the hood of his C&W Trucking, Popejoy Plumbing, Dimmitt Transfer, Dave Winger Trucking, Creative Kitchens and Bath, and Truck Country, the Amanda and Doug Curlis own car number 99 of McKay Winger. That'll be the white 99. And see if we get any time on those drivers. Apologize, not picking up any times. There's Frank Heckenus Jr. now 7th. McKay Winger 5th. There it is. McKay Winger moves into the top 5. He's 5th. And Frank Heckenus Jr. now 7th. Next on the Speedway, all the way from Omaha, Nebraska, is going to be car number 6. That'll be Jake Neal. He'll be fouled out by the Chatham, Illinois, the Squirrel and 3S. How about it for Brian Shirley? Jake Neal in a Rocket chassis, Scott Bailey Racing engine, Downtown Recycling, Todd's Auto Body, Joyce Agronomics, Select Auto, Hess Technology, and Al Humphrey Motorsport, 6 of Jake Neal. The Squirrel of Brian Shirley out of Chatham, Illinois, the Longhorn chassis, Andy Durham powered, Bob Colin, Thomason Express, Hoker Trucking, J&J Adventures, Allgaier Performance, and Cheap Cars 3S, the Squirrel of Brian Shirley. Good lap for Brian Shirley. He goes to 3rd. And we'll check in on the 6 of Jake Neal. He goes 9th, but Brian Shirley now 3rd. It's Gustin, Alberson, Shirley, Thornton, Ebert, your top 5. Next on the Speedway, car number 26, that'll be Matt Minzy. Matt Minzy will be followed out by Chris Simpson, the driver of Oxford, Iowa, in car number 32. First, Matt Minzy in the Capital Race Car Yo Man Racing Engines and the Baltimore Air Coil, Highway 125 Marina, Powell Mechanical, Star Wholesale Supply, Horton Supply, and Midwest Sheet Metal, car number 26 of Matt Minzy. They'll be fouled out. 32 is Chris Simpson, the Longhorn chassis, Andy Durham powered, Hoker Trucking, CJ Trucking, Randy Davidson Trucking, and Hot Rod Septic, car number 32. It is Chris Simpson. Chris Simpson going to be 6th quick. He's the fastest of that pair. So Chris Simpson 6th quick. And Matt Minzy, 12th quick, still chasing Ryan Gustin at a 13.320. Out of Wheatland, Iowa, next up in the 15K, that'll be Justin Kai. Justin Kai in 15K. And that Hooker Trucking 1.5K going to be fouled out by the 21B out of Sheffield, Illinois. That'll be Rich Bell. And it looks like we have our first Midwest Sheet Metal caution of the evening. Want to welcome in our new sponsors, Midwest Sheet Metal, 4 of them. Also want to thank Mesilla Valley Transport, Allgaier Performance, Midwest Sheet Metal, and some great new sponsors here with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Mesilla Valley Transport, Allgaier Performance, Midwest Sheet Metal, and Shepherd Synthetics. Thank you to Shepherd Synthetics as well. And coming up at our next event, look for the Midwest Sheet Metal new red spoiler showing the points leader. They'll be donning a beautiful candy apple red spoiler. We look forward to that. Thank you to Midwest Sheet Metal. First, Justin Kai in the MB Custom Halibut built Hooker Trucking car 15K. Justin Kai. And the 21 out of Sheffield, it'll be Rich Bell in the Rocket XR1 Matt Ryan powered. Reds Bar and Grill, Night Owl, and Tricks Utility Services, car number 21B. Again, Rich Bell. So it looks like Kai 11th quick, Rich Bell 12th quick. So again, Justin Kai 11th quick, Rich Bell 12th. Still Ryan Gustin at a 13.320. Alberson, Shirley, Thornton, and Dan Ebert, your top 5. Looks like we've qualified 15, 7 more in Group A. Next up will be the high side hustler, Jason Fager, followed out by the Pink Panther, Bob Gardner. Excuse me. 35, I apologize. First, Parker Foster, and the 25 of Jason Fager. And the MB Customs, Rare City Performance, St. Louis Utilities, L&L Volkman Auto Body, CMD Shocks, Coons Trucking, Schaefer Oil, car number 35 of Parker Foster, and the high side hustler, Jason Fager. Back-to-back championships with the Mars Championship Late Model Series, and a Longhorn race car, Clements Power, Titan Industries, SC Sales, Outpace Race Products, Rosser Battery, car number 25, the high side hustler, Jason Fager. Fager now 8th quick, and Parker Foster is 15th quick. Got that beautiful inboard camera. Currently 8th fastest here in Group 1 with a time of 13.658. As Coltman Farms Racing qualifying continues here. Next up looks like to be the 4G of Bob Gardner and the 43 of Derek Stewart. Next on to the Speedway, the Pink Panther Bob Gardner and the Longhorn race car, Pro Power. JGR, CCG Transport, Dependable Towing, Dynamic Drive Lines, Wares Machines, Performance Bodies, and VP Fuels for the Pink Panther 4G, Bob Gardner. He's followed out by Derek Stewart. Derek in a Capital race car. Old Pro Racing engine. In the Grace Motorsports, Stewart & Sons Midwest Frame, Arnold's Motor Supply, and Cedartown Electric, car number 43 of Derek Stewart. Checking in on the time, Bob Gardner, 11th quick. How about Derek Stewart? Stewart slides to the top 10. Good lap for DS. Derek Stewart now 9th quick at a 13.843 on his opening lap. Driver going to run the Tour in 2025. How about it for the Maquoketa Missile 18, Shannon Babb, and the 5S. Also going to be on the Speedway, Steve Shepard. Stevie Shepard at 5S and the Maquoketa Missile, Shannon Babb, and that Longhorn chassis, Vic Hill powered, Petroff Towing, Dynagro Donnelly Trucking, Getty Landscaping, car number 18. He'll go 9th quick, opening lap, and Steve Shepard Jr. in the Rocket Chassis, Pro Power, Shepard Auto Sales and Salvage, Bittern Farm, Shep's Bar and Grill, Gus's Pub and Eatery, B. Shep here, the Summer National and Mars Tour winner, 5S Steve Shepard. Checking in on Shannon Babb. He moves to 9th, and Steve Shepard at now 16th quick. 2 more qualifiers here in Group A. Once again, Babb 9th quick, Shepard 16th quick. Still Gustin, Garrett Alberson, Brian Shirley, Ricky Thornton, and Dan Ebert. Final 2 qualifiers, Group A. Here we go. It'll be Chad Simpson out of Mount Vernon, Iowa, followed out by Tony Jackson Jr. So 2 heavy hitters. Tony Jackson Jr. out of Lebanon, Missouri. First up, Chad Simpson in a Longhorn chassis, Pro Power. Randy Davidson Trucking, Johnson Holding Company, Mulder Farms, Weir's Machines, car number 25, again out of Mount Vernon, Iowa. And 56 at Tony Jackson Jr. out of Lebanon, Missouri, in the Longhorn chassis, Cornet powered. Chope Enterprises, V&G Performance, Allgaier Performance, Bill Stein Shocks car, 56, Tony Jackson Jr. We'll check in on our final 2 cars. Chad Simpson, 11th quick, and 13th quick, Tony Jackson Jr. So the fastest qualifier in Group A, with a time of 13.320. It'll be Ryan Gustin, the Reaper out of Marshalltown, Iowa, 133.220. Get a good look at him there on flow. He'll be on the pole of heat race number 1. And so will Garrett Alberson. He'll be on the pole of heat race number 2. Unofficial results for Group A qualifying. Ryan Gustin. Garrett Alberson 2nd, Brian Shirley 3rd, Ricky Thornton Jr. 4th, and Dan Ebert, very impressive at car number 60, rounds out your top 5. And it was Chris Simpson, McKay Winger, Jason Fager, Shannon Babb, and a nice job by Darren Stewart in car number 43 as well. He came out 18th. The Ainsworth, Iowa driver moves into the top 10 there in qualifying. Great job, Derek Stewart. Got a great qualifying sponsor here tonight, Overall Fast Time. Pit Crew Barbecue going to hand out some extra money, and Jason Frummel going to talk to our fastest qualifiers. We get set and ready for group number 2 here with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Again, I want to thank FK Rod-Ends, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, Racing Electronics, Hoosier Racing Tires, of course, Sunoco Race Fuels sponsoring our Rookie of the Year chase all season long, Pontiac RV, All-Star Performance, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Driscoll Motors, MD3, Will Woods Brakes. Also want to thank Woods Basement Systems. Trackside Racewear's out there. Make sure and see them, the official apparel for the Mars Championship Series. Midwest Sheet Metal coming on board here in 2025. Going to provide all caution and that beautiful candy apple red spoiler at our next event. Look forward to that. And caution flag sponsor as well. Group 2 set and ready to go out of Molalla, Oregon. It'll be Justin Duty in car number 15. And he'll be followed out by Mark Pfluger. Mark Pfluger in car number 46. So 1946 will be Mark Pfluger in the 15 of Justin Duty. White flag for Justin Duty. First lap coming up. He's got a Longhorn chassis, Pro Power Racing engines. In the Don Frank floors, first class septic, Roberts B Company, Jeff Stewart Trucking, and Darren and Mardell Williams sponsored 15 of Justin Duty, 14015, and the Wood River, Illinois driver Mark Pfluger in car number 46 at a Rocket chassis, Jeffy Boy powered, B&E Auto Repair, Pfluger Trucking, Titation Heating and Cooling, and Henson Insurance. Car number 46 of Mark Pfluger. Justin Duty with the early fast time at 13.942, 13942. He was our Rookie of the Year in 2024. As we get set and ready to go, our next 2, Gordy Gundaker in 11 and Steve Stoltz, in 78. Gundaker in 11, the Longhorn chassis, Clements powered, Hoker Trucking, Bitcoin, Ben's Crypto, Club, JV Salvage, Ted Brown's Quality Paint and Body, Cheap Cars, and K1 Race Gear 11. A Gordy Gundaker now fastest, 13844, and Steve Stoltz in a Longhorn chassis, Klein Engines, Dirt Pro Contracting, Alpine Star, 5-Star Services, Klein Engines, King Dino, Don Hagon Trucking, Outdoor and More, and Factory CS. As Gordy Gundaker now the fastest at 13.766, 137.666. Next 2 on the Speedway, it'll be Dennis Erb Jr. out of Carpentersville and Darren Klein in car number 10. Former Dirt Car National Champion, former Summer National Champion, former World of Outlaw Champion. First, Dennis Erb Jr. in the Rocket chassis, Clements powered, McBride Mac, Vomac Truck Sales, PRC, Fox Shocks for the 2016 Dirt Late Model Dream and World of Outlaw Champion 28, Dennis Erb Jr. Followed out by Darren Klein in the Rocket XR 1.2, Andy Durham powered, Cohaven Air Conditioning and Heating and Plumbing, Murphy Excavation, Hooker Harness, where hookers save lives, by the way, Klein's Brand Source, Speed Bumps Tavern, Aggressive Sing Company as well. So some great sponsors there for Darren Klein in 10. Dennis Erb Jr. going to get a second. Darren Klein, quick time at a 13.722, 137.22. Darren Klein His fastest one, 3.722. Good lap for the Fairview Heights, Illinois driver in 10. Running for Sunoco Rookie of the Year. Next up, Matt Furman out of Iowa City, Iowa at 24. Ryan Unzicker. Unzicker at 24, Furman at 51. First Matt Furman out of Iowa City, Iowa in the Longhorn Pro Power Lucky Dog Manufacturing, Doc Stanley, Furman Builders, car number 51. And Ryan Unzicker out of El Paso, Illinois in the Longhorn. And then because the Pro Power, RJR Transportation, Fuel Factory, Race Fuels, Low Voltage Solutions, Rimtech Industries, Mosquito Hero, Arkansas Septic Pumping. Car number 24 of Ryan Unzicker. Now third, Matt Furman going to be sixth. So again, runner-up on the Mars Tour 2 years in a row. A good look at the 24 of Ryan Unzicker. Another Sunoco Rookie of the Year candidate in the GT1. That'll be Guy Taylor. Guy sporting a rocket chassis, Pro Power Racing engine, Riverton Party Store, Illinois National Bank, All Guy Race Parts, Top Cats Chill and Grill, Troy Page Excavating, and HBM Brothers Wrench Trucking for the GT1 of Guy Taylor. He'll be followed out by Racing Man. That'll be Mark Voigt in the Marine Coin Hawkeye Irrigation. Car number 30. How about it, race fans, for Mark Voigt. Voigt set and ready to go, finished in the top 10 in points last couple of years, 8th in points a year ago. Track championships at Peevely, Godfrey, St. Charles, Highland, Belleville, Tri-City. Again, he was a former Missouri State champion. Second in national points 3 times, a 1996 modified Florida State champ, and the Volusia Speedway track back in 1996. So Guy Taylor the fastest. How about GT? Moves into 6th. Mark Voigt now 9th. A-Dog going to lead out the next group. Next pair, I should say, it'll be Alan Weiser, that Longhorn Chassis Pro Power Racing engines for the Peoria, Illinois driver. Carmody Services, A&A Air Conditioning and Heating. Rolling Garage, Rim Tech, Dawson Fabrication, and Canton Heating and Cooling. Car number 25. Also on the track, that'll be Jacob Sturr. Jacob Sturr. And car number 18, he hails from Harrison, Michigan. In a Domination race car, Mullins powered, Michael Henry Tree in the 989 Furniture 1-8. How about it for Jacob Sturr? See how he does here on lap 2. Moves into 8th. How about Alan Weiser? Weiser 9th. Sturr 8th and 18. Good look there at the 8th fastest qualifier. Right now, Darren Klein at 13.722 and Gordy Gundaker at 13.766. Next up, how about it for the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce in 32. And the 15C, Kurt Schroeder. Iowa fans rooting for Bobby Pierce here tonight. We'll see how he does. That Longhorn Chassis, Vic Hill Powered Low Voltage Solution, Churchill Transport, Collins Brothers Towing, Missouri Valley, Mesilla Valley Transport, Rio Grande Waste, Carnegie Towing, and Fast Speed Shop, Toyota Danville 32. Quick time at a 13.480, 134.80. We'll see if he can get overall fast time at 13.480. Does not. Kurt Schroeder also on the Speedway in the Rocket Chassis. Jet Drain, Iowa Waterway Systems, Ball Excavation. How about it? Bobby Pierce now the fastest in 32 here in Group 2 with a 13.480. Next on the clock, it'll be Tanner English in the Longhorn Chassis, Clements Powered, Coleman Farms sponsored entry, MPM Marketing, Sia Motorsports, and Supreme Enterprise. Car number 96 out of Benton, Kentucky. That'll be Tanner English. And 38T, driver to keep your eyes on, it'll be Dylan Thornton. Dylan, a Longhorn Chassis, Cornet Powered, Brenda and Ricky Kai, Peterson Insurance, Kai Farms, Pete and Mary Van Eiderstein, Salty's Barbecue, Hoker Trucking, Drake Excavating and Aggregates, Pit Crew Barbecue, and VG Performance sponsor the 38T. Second quick for Dylan Thornton, 13677. He continues to impress. And the 96 of Tanner English, 9th quick. But how about Dylan Thornton, race fans? Dylan Thornton out of Orcutt, California in 38T, driving for the Kai family. Has drove for the Kai family. But man, that 38T is fast. Again, driving for Brenda and Ricky Kai, and of course, Pete and Mary Van Eiderstein. Got a good ride. Driver to keep our eyes on that California kid. We'll see how he does. Next up in B5, that's going to be Brandon Shepard. Brandon Shepard in B5. He'll be followed out by that's the 10 of Jeff Tharp. Jeff Tharp in 10T. First up, Brandon Shepard, second quick at a 13.627. 136.27 for Brandon Shepard. And that Rocket Chassis Pro Power, Valvoline, Paulson, American Racing Wheels, and Shepard Auto Sales. B5 second quick. And we'll check in on Tharp in 10 as he comes across the line. Jeff Tharp in 10T, going to be 17th quick at a 15.165 for the Sherrill, Iowa driver in 10T. Again, that is Jeff Tharp. Next onto the Speedway in 75. In Tharp in that Rocket XR 1.2 Pro Power Calco spray coatings. Car number 10T. Daniel Adam in 75 in the Longhorn by WP. Also on the Speedway is the 26P of Glenn Powell. First, Daniel Adams in the Cornet-powered mobilization funding, Elliott Concrete, RLM Enterprises, Midwest Aero, Justin Langdon Electrical, RFH Restore, and Spiffy's all sponsor the 75 of Daniel Adam. Glenn Powell in car number 26P in the Capital Race Car, Andy Durham powered Baltimore Air Coil, Highway 125 Marina, Powell Mechanical, and Star Wholesale Supply all sponsor the 26P of Glenn Powell. Powell 19th quick, and Daniel Adams currently moving into the top 5, running World of Outlaws Rookie of the Year. Again, he picked up a big Mars win 1 year ago. Daniel Adams moves into the top 5 here in Group 2. Problems for the 70 of Sean Mulvaney. Did not get a qualifying lap, so our final qualifier going to be Jake Little. Jake Little in 38J, buying for Sunoco Rookie of the Year honors. Jake Little going to be our final qualifier here tonight. Jake in the Rocket Chassis, Andy Durham powered, Brandt All-American Handyman, Tammy's Treasures, Riggs Fiber, Schultz Collision, and E-Bolt. Car number 38J, our final qualifier. 44th qualifier of the night, 43rd actually, as we did not get a lap from Sean Mulvaney. And the 38, Jake Little, 15th on the final rundown. So fastest in group number 2 race fans here tonight at Maquoketa Speedway for the second edition of the Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. Group 2 fastest qualifier. Let's have a nice round of applause for Bobby Pierce in 32. Bobby Pierce, 13.480. Second quick, Brandon Shepard, a 13.627. And man, that Dylan Thornton continues to impress. He'll be on the front row with Bobby Pierce in heat race number 1. He's third. Klein fourth. Daniel Adam fifth. Gordy Gundaker, Ryan Unzicker, Dennis Erb, Justin Duty. And impressive from the rookie Guy Taylor. He qualifies 10th out of 22 cars on his Mars debut. But congratulations to the fastest qualifier out of Marshalltown, Iowa. It was Ryan Gustin with a time of 13.320. We'll send it down to Jason as he's got some money to give away from Pit Crew Barbecue.
Down here in Nippy 50 Victory Lane, fast time overall, Ryan Gustin, the Reaper, putting a little bit of that Hawkeye magic on one of these quarter-mile racetracks.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect there. We were in that first hot lap session. It was pretty slimy or whatever, so didn't really know what to do. We just gave her hell, and it all worked out. Obviously, we didn't make it here for practice last night, so wasn't real sure, but we got a really good race car here. The draw definitely helped us there. Got to thank 3-Beer Rick for that. All in all, just helped start on the pole. This first heat race is going to be big. I'd like to thank Jeff Hoker, obviously, for putting this deal on. All you fans for coming out, and hopefully put on a hell of a show.
She's rocking and rolling here tonight. Race fans, let him hear it, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. And again, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin, going to be on the pole. Again, our overall fast time qualifier here on night 1 of the Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. Again, I want to thank Pit Crew Barbecue. Well, when we come back here on Flow, opening ceremonies, it's the Mars Late Model Championship Series powered by FK Rod-Ends. Night one of the Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. We'll be right back here on Flow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second edition of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services with the Mars Racing Series. Here at Maquoketa Speedway, a beautiful sunset on a beautiful day. It's been awful windy, but we are set and ready for opening ceremonies here at Maquoketa Speedway. Before we get all the racing action started, we're getting ready to send it down front to the track announcer here at Maquoketa, Mr. Jason Frommel.
Once again, good evening, race fans, and welcome to the Maquoketa Speedway, the second running of the Nippy 50. As we get set to go with our opening ceremonies, we'll ask you to rise up on your feet. Gentlemen, remove your covers if you are so able, and get prepared for the singing of tonight's national anthem by Wyatt Hyvert.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight, oh, the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keep it going, Wyatt Hyvert singing our national anthem here tonight. Want to thank one of our sponsors, Ascendance Truck Repair, for bringing out that Simple M Trucking International Day Cab truck here tonight. Our titles are one of our presenting sponsors here at the Nippy 50, Ascendance Truck and Trailer. As we get set to go, modified heat race number 1 making its way out onto the speedway. The lineup is going to look something similar to this. Lineup for heat race number 1, going to be Isaac Maquoketa rolling from the pole, Justin Ritchie to his right flank, row 2, Cody Laney and Brandon Jewell, third row. It'll be Brandon Schmidt, Gary Vandermark, row 4, Kyle Heckman, Ryan Maitland, Trevor Fitzpatrick. First set to go with the distance, qualifying heat race number 1, Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair, modifieds. Isaac Maquoketa going to lead us back to the stripe of lap number 1. California driver trying to hold the bottom of the speedway. The 72 Justin Ritchie working right there in the back bumper of that Range iBox sponsor car number 5L. Here comes Brandon Schmidt. Keep your eyes peeled on that 20 car. 2 laps short of the stop. 6 laps to go. The youngster out of Boone, Iowa getting away. Isaac Maquoketa in car 11 moving and grooving out front. Brandon Schmidt a bobble down to the center. In the first set of turns, the 11X machine, Kyle Heckman out of Bakersfield, California, working that car into the top 5 hot rods as we work them to the halfway point this time by before laps short. 4 laps to go. Isaac Maquoketa, Justin Ritchie, Brandon Schmidt, and the 11X of Kyle Heckman, your top 5 as we work them to 3 to go this time by. Top 2 cars out front. Brandon Schmidt, you see him on your screen right there working side by side as we get our first caution of the evening. The caution flags shall wiggle. Our first stoppage. One would think we'll call it for debris. Oh yeah, Right there it is, debris. Caution out for the first time of the evening. Comes to the 5-lap mark, 5 down, 3 laps to go. Isaac Maquoketa, your race leader. We get set to line them up. Dark side, double file, the way we'll go here tonight. Leader's out front by himself. The second place car has the choice whether to fire off from the inside or the outside of that front double file row. Cody Laney's decision. He's made it clear and concise. The inside's where he wants to be. Justin Ritchie gets the leftovers, and it's heads up from there to the tail of the field. Dark side, double file restart. Isaac Maquoketa looking to put this baby to bed. 5 laps scored, 3 laps to go. He'll bring it down to the All-Star Performance restart zone. We're back underway. Restart, going to gallop off into the first set of turns, side by side, racing for the number 3 spot. Brandon Schmidt, a little sneaky peek on the bottom. He'll work up into the number 3 spot. This time by the green flag, going to go high up in the air. 2 laps to go. Justin Ritchie in a battle for the number 5 position, heating up between a pair of Californians. Trevor Fitz on the inside of the 11. Looking him back to the white flag, waving this time by. Will not get there. The caution is out for Ryan Maitland off the back straightaway. The exit of turn 2 where the caution comes for Ryan Maitland's 4 car. We'll try it again. So it'll be officially 2 laps remain. Green-white checker to close out heat race number 1. Your Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modifieds. I want to thank those guys for bringing out that beautiful pace truck. Simple M Trucking out of Monona, Iowa. Proud owners of that International HX. Caution lights out, loaded up, ready to go. Isaac Maquoketa. Trying to breathe easy over these final 2 laps here, heat race number 1. Looking to come back to the All-Star Performance start zone in turn number 4. Brandon Schmidt trying to take a little bit of momentum to the outside of Cody Laney's 5L. They'll drag race down the back side. Maquoketa looking to run it high one final time. The white flag will wave this time by. Brandon Schmidt, sneaky Pete once again. To the outside of Cody Laney. Serve on the bottom as we work them hard behind your top 3. That'll sort itself out. It won't bother your leaders. Isaac Maquoketa going to punch his ticket. Heat race number 1 will go to him. Second spot, TBD. Good side-by-side action for that number 2 spot. They'll come home like this in the number 4 position, and moving on into tonight's A main, it'll be Kyle Heckman at 11X. 3rd spot will go to Cody Laney in 5L. Brandon Schmidt finishes 2nd in the 20 car, and your heat race winner joins us out of Boone, Iowa, the young man driving car number 11. How about it for Isaac Maquoketa? I'm not sure what we've got going, if it was extracurriculars, incidentals, but there's 2 stopped right in the center of turns 3 and 4. Neither of them look happy. I'm not sure. But just like that, heat race number 1 wrapped up and in the books. Heat race number 2 set to make its way out onto the Speedway. We'll take a quick look at the lineup. On the pole to be Troy Morris, the 3rd, TM3 out of Bakersfield, California, the 07 machine, your pole sitter. To his outside will be charging Charlie Moore out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 99M. Row 2 on the inside, the D55 out of Rockford, Illinois. That'll be Scotty Lemke. His outside, Josh Fisher out of LaPorte City, Iowa. He sits behind the wheel of 59. Row number 3 on the inside, the 12T. The White Claw Outlaw, Austin Stam out of Orangeville, Illinois, is outside. Jetty Andretti, Jed Freiberger, the 2-time defending track champion of the Dubuque Speedway, in car number 6. 4th and final on the inside, it'll be Matt Werner out of Geneseo, Illinois, 93. To his outside, it will be the 127 Pella, Iowa's Drew Jansen. He'll start shotgun the field here at heat race number 2.
How to go.
Thank you very much, Jason. As well as we get set and ready for our next heat race, want to thank recognize some of the vendors that are out here. If you get a chance, step out, trackside racewear with Mars Apparel. Want to thank also make sure and get out there and visit Ryan Gustin. Ryan Unzicker's got some souvenirs. B. Shep, Brandon Shepard, Dan Ebert, Ricky Thornton, Chicks Gear, Bobby Pierce. Again, we got Nippy 50 event shirts back there under the grandstands. And some great food vendors and food trucks, so a lot going on. Make sure and visit one of our awesome vendors that are here as well, Jason.
Thanks, Mike. Want to thank the folks at Midwest Dirt Diva for handing out a little bit of cash money to our modified heat race winners. Midwest Dirt Diva. Also one of those apparel stands underneath the grandstand. Troy Morris III, TM3, going to bring us down to the All-Star Performance start zone in turns 3 and 4. Heat race number 2 is underway. Charging Charlie Moore going to lead the stampede down into turns 1 and 2. Jenny Andretti trying to make a 3-wide battle back further in the field. Top 3 going to shuffle out and get straightened up. 1 lap score to the books. Charging Charlie Moore, your race leader in 99. Scotty Lemke in D55. Drew Jansen started shotgun the field. He now works the number 4 position. Austin Stam going to round out your top 5. 2 scored into the books this time. 6 to go. The top 2 remain the same. Charging Charlie Moore, Bettendorf, Iowa driver. Top 2 spots. Scotty Lemke, a one-time feature winner in the season past. Here at the Maquoketa Speedway, working in the 3rd spot, D55, Drew Jansen. Top 4, bring it back to the strike at the halfway point. 4 down, 4 laps to go. Troy Mills trying to reel down Charlie Moore for the top spot. 3 laps to hang. It's time by. Outside of Scotty Lemke for the number 2 spot. Troy Morris the 3rd, right up on the deck lid of that 99 machine, down into turns 3 and 4. 2 laps to go. This time by Morris rolled line higher, working the wheel and able to come down into the south set of turns. Charlie Moore, Troy Morris, Drew Jansen, your top 3. Scotty Lemke, sole possession of the 4th spot with a white flag waving this time by. 1 lap to go. Out and attack on the top side, and we'll go side by side down the back straightaway. 1 final time for 3 and 4. Moore on the inside of Morris. Checkers waving. Who's it going to be? Unofficially, the 4th spot going to go to the D55 of Scotty Lemke. 3rd to Drew Jansen at 127. 2nd to go to the 99 of Charging Charlie Moore. Your heat race winner joins us out of Bakersfield, California. How about it for TM3 Troy Morris III? Great action, heat race number 2, wrapping up Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modifieds. Once again, the Midwest Dirt Diva gang going to have some cash money for each of your qualifying heat race winners in the IMCA Modified Division. Heat race number 3 set to make its way out onto the speedway. The lineup going to look something similar to this. On the pole to be Joel Crowbridge. Joel's out of Union Grove, Wisconsin. His outside, making his first official qualifying start here in the IMCA Modifieds. It'll be Shane Paris out of Muscatine in 7C. Row number 2, it'll be G1. Mike Garland out of Morrison, Illinois, to his outside. Out of Dunkerton, the 98 is Jacob Snyder. Row number 3 on the inside, long hair, Eric Barnes to the 1. To his outside, track champion in B1. That's Freeport, Illinois' Jeff Bone Larson. Final row, Skylar Woods out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Last year's Nippy 50 Modified champion, Spencer Dirks. Louis Krakoff, heat race number 3. Shane Paris going to get the early jump and give him a looky-loo down to the inside. Calamity in the first corner. Everybody going to shake out and play nice. We'll work them back to the stripe. 1 lap scored. The pair of ones fighting hard over that number 3 spot. Shane Paris. Paris, the 17C Muscatine, Iowa driver. Sport Mod Hot Shoe making the big jump. That Performer race car. Mike Garland trying to hold on. Joel Crowbridge. Bone Larson, the 2020 IMCA National Champion, track champion right here in the big city, working in the number 4 position in the concrete. It's trying to take a sniff at those qualifiers as we work towards the halfway point. Great battle going on here for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spots as your top 2 get away. This time by it'll be 4 laps scored. Into the books, 4 down, 4 laps to go. Down the back straightaway. Here comes Spencer Dirks trying to kick the 28 car out of the qualified spots. It'll be 3 to go this time by Welcome back to the waving ring this time by 6 laps scored. It looks in 2 laps to go. Spencer going to make taking a look under the skirt as they boogie down the back straightaway. Harris in the top spot. Garland in a battle for 3rd, raging on. White flag waving this time by 1 to go. Spencer Dirks trying to sneak to the inside and slide one over the beak of the B1 car. Can't get the job done down the back straightaway. Shane Parris going to pick up his first IMCA modified heat race win. Mike Garland comes in 2nd. Fourth to Spencer Dirks. Great race there for that final transfer position. 4th spot going to go to the 29 of Spencer Dirks by just a nip. The B1 of Bone Larson going to come home in 3rd spot. 2nd will go to the G1 of Mike Garland. Your heat race winner joins us out of the big city of Muscatine. How about it for Shane Parris? That'll wrap up Ascendance Truck Repair IMCA Modified Heat Race number 3. The gang from Midwest Dirt Diva once again gonna dole the cash to the heat race winners here in your modifieds. The 4th and final qualifying heat race for your Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair modifieds. Gonna line up something similar to this. On the pole to be racer Joe Hedefeld out of Freeport, Illinois, the 33. Is outside the 33 with the X out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. That's Dan Riedel. Row 2 to the inside, it'll be Brenton DeYoung. And the 71 machine comes to us out of Crystal, Michigan. To his outside, Little Benny Chapman out of Clarence, Iowa, the 1 junior car. 3rd row on the inside, the 4S out of Sheboygan. Real big in Sheboygan. Joel Siegert Sr. in 4S to his outside, the 2M out of Eagle, Wisconsin. That'll be Steve Mueller. 4th and final, quickest out of your hot lap group, the 8 car from Freeport is Jaden Fryer. And to his outside, the 05 out of Muskegon, Michigan, it's Ryan Heskin. Caution lights out, set to go to the All-Star Performance Start Zone. Turns 3 and 4. Racer Joe gonna bring us down to 8 laps of clean and green. We're underway. Era 33's leading us off the front road. Trouble for the outside. One low and slow down through the center of the turns. We'll see if he makes the safe removal from the speedway. That's Joel Siegert Sr. He'll make it onto the infield. He'll stay green. Hedefeld and Riedel. Hedefeld out front, the red 33 with the yellow numbers. Dan Riedel, the black and blue 33, working in the number 2 spot. 2 laps down this time, 6 to go. Oh, look out, trouble on the exit of turn 4. Brenton DeYoung in 71 gets headed in the wrong direction. Steve Mueller in 2M clips him on the way by. 2 cars spun around, causing our first cause for pause. Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair modified heat race number 4, the 4th and final. Working with 2 laps scored into the books, 2 down, 6 laps to go. Heat race number 4. Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modifieds. Want to thank those guys once again for bringing out that Simple M Trucking International Day Cab. We'll see it again Wind's starting to die down just a bit. It's almost enjoyable. Still with plenty warm, a little breeze blowing through. And Friday night here at the Maquoketa Speedway. Thank everybody for tuning in, watching live on FloRacing. Everybody here in a capacity crowd. Thank you guys for supporting great events here at the Maquoketa Speedway. We'll hope to see you back tomorrow night. Night number 2, edition number 2, the Nippy 50, brought to you by D&E Outside Services. Heat race number 4 set to come back to life. Dan Rito thinking about taking a look to the inside of racer Joe Henefeld. As we boogie down the back straightaway, they'll stay right there, 1-2, the 33s. Your front row still working there. Hang on, look out. Caution coming out once again. Trouble in turns 3 and 4. Ryan Heskett 0-5. That cat done stepped on his whiskers right in front of the 71 of Brenton DeYoung, making his second stop on the speedway. In the 2M of Steve Mueller. Both cars look like they're going to continue on. We'll catch the replay on FloRacing. Too hot to handle. Ryan Heskett into turn 3 too much. Collects a couple of hot rods. He'll make his way off the speedway. We'll rack them up, stack them up, and roll the final of 4 qualifying heat races. 3 laps scored into the books, currently 5 laps to go. The 33s out front leading the way. Former track champion and 1 junior hunting along there. Little Benny Chapman of the Twinkle Toes sponsored 1 junior. Riding along in the number 3 spot, Jaden Fryer. Currently sits in the 4th and final qualifying spot here tonight.
Yeah, real quick, Jason, want to chime in as well. We do have a caution flag sponsor here at the Nippy 50. Want to thank Joe Adams and everybody at Trix Utility Services. Trix Utility Services sponsoring our caution flags here tonight with the Nippy 50.
Joe and the gang getting their money's worth here tonight. This modified heat race number 4. Henefeld's going to bring us back to action. We're underway. A restart for the Freeport, Illinois driver in 33J as he looks to step away one final time. It'll be the halfway point this time. 4 laps scored, 4 laps to go. Moving away. Good battle here between 3 and 4 positions. Jaden Fryer from the back of the field working around Little Benny Chapman. It'll shuffle him back into the number 4 spot. It'll be 5 laps down. This time by 3 laps to go. Battle shaping up now for the number 2 spot. Jaden Fryer coming to call. We'll hustle down into 3 and 4. It'll be 2 to go this time by the waving green high. Race leader from the drop of the green, Dan Riedel. Number 2 spot working down the back straight away to the white flag waving. This time by 1 lap to dash. Henefeld going to stay tried and true to the bottom of the speedway as we work them down to turns 3 and 4. One final time. Checkers waving. Oh, look out. Dan Riedel trying to work real hard down in turns 3 and 4 in the final lap. Gets himself shuffled to the tail of the field. He'll have to hit a B main. Ran along in the number 2 spot all race. And the finish will come down like this. 4th spot will go to the 71 of Brenton DeYoung. 3rd to Little Benny Chapman. 2nd spot, the 8 of Jaden Fryer. And your heat race winner joins us out of Freeport, Illinois, driving car number 33J. How about it for racer Joe Henefeld? That'll wrap up your 4 qualifying heat races for your Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modifieds. Big noise loaded up in the chutes. Mike Norris, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. Pontiac RV as the official dealer of the Mars Dirt Series. They're sponsoring heat race number 1. They're a family-owned and operated business located in Pontiac, Illinois. Pontiac RV heat race number 1. Here's your lineup, Maquoketa. Ryan Gustin, the Reaper, out of Marshalltown, Iowa, going to be on the pole alongside the Squirrel. In 3S, it's Brian Shirley. Dan Eberts, out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, car number 60. He'll find himself alongside the Reaper. That'll be McKay Winger in car number 99. The Maquoketa Missile 18, Shannon Babb. And another Iowa driver in 25S. How about it for Chad Simpson? He'll start 6th. 7th starter inside of row number 4 out of Lebanon, Missouri. It'll be Tony Jackson Jr. in car number 56. And to his outside in car number 99, JR to Frankfort, Illinois. That'll be Frank Hagedis Jr. Row 5 starting 9th to be Justin Kai out of Wheatland, Iowa, and 15K to his outside. It'll be the 21B out of Sheffield to Rich Bell. And starting in row 6 in car number 35 will be Parker Foster out of Winona, Minnesota. 8 laps of distance, top 4 to the A-main, winner to the redraw. First heat for the Nippy 50. Once again, want to thank Pontiac RV as they approach the All-Star Performance start zone. Ryan Gustin, Brian Shirley, ready to bring the noise from the All-Star Performance start zone with the Mars Late Model Championship Series. Heat 1 of the Nippy 50 is underway. Ryan Gustin going to work down into turns 1 and 2. Your race leader, Brian Shirley, second. Good action for third as they work into 3 and 4 for the first time. Gustin swings out wide. Shirley going to duck down to his inside. They're going to work side by side. Can Brian Shirley lead a lap? No, it's Ryan Gustin. Gustin now to the outside. Shirley's there to block him, but here comes Ryan Gustin. Gustin tips off the back, but collects himself. They'll work side by side with Brian Shirley off of turn number 4. Here, Maquoketa, the Squirrel, takes the race lead to win the book. 6 to go. Ryan Gustin going to go back to second. But the Bob and Lisa Cohen 3S, the Squirrel, Brian Shirley going to step out to the race lead. Ryan Gustin second, Dan Ebert holding strong for third. Shannon Babb has raced his way to 4th. The Maquoketa Missile looking to run the series here in 2025. He'll find pressure from former Illinois racer 25, I believe that is, Iowa driver Chad Simpson. Simpson going to pressure Babb here in the 4th and final transfer spot. Here comes Simpson down to the inside. Chad Simpson on the move for the transfer spot. Can he shuffle Babb out back to 5th? Babb will work side by side with Chad Simpson up front, side by side here at Maquoketa. Simpson down to the inside. Babb to the outside. Chad Simpson going to go to the transfer spot, but here comes Shannon Babb. Babb again back down to the inside. Simpson to his outside. Good battle for that 4th spot. It's Shirley, Gustin, Ebert. This battle for 4th is great here on Flow with 2 to go. Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1. We double box it. Brian Shirley out front comfortably, but this battle for 4th. Here comes the Maquoketa Missile. Back to the inside of Simpson. White flag, 1 to go for the Squirrel, Brian Shirley. Second will be Gustin. Third will be Dan Ebert. 4th now at the line is the Maquoketa Missile, Shannon Babb. 5th will be Simpson, Jackson Jr., Winger, Kai, Bell, and Parker Foster, your top 10. But Brian Shirley wins Heat Race number 1 here with the Nippy 50. Second will go to Gustin, third will go to Ebert, and 4th will go to the Maquoketa Missile, Shannon Babb. 5th will go to Simpson, 6th to Jackson Jr., 7th to Winger, 8th to Kai, 9th to Bell, and 10th to Parker Foster. Your 4 transfer cars. What a battle for that 4th spot. How about it for the Maquoketa Missile? Shannon Babb comes home 4th. Third will go to the 60. How about it for Dan Ebert? Ebert into the show. Reaper Ryan Gustin led early, but he comes home 2nd. And your winner comes to us from Chatham, Illinois, and a Longhorn chassis. Andy Durham powered, Bob Cullen Racing, Thomason Express, Hoker Trucking, J&J Adventures, Allgaier Performance, and Cheap Cars 3S. What a run. He'll be to the redraw. Your winner of Heat Race number 1, it's Brian Shirley. So congratulations to Brian Shirley, Pontiac RV Heat Race 1 winner. Also got a Heat Race sponsor for the late models as well. That is Fisher Farms. Thank you to Fisher Farms and Pontiac RV. Big sponsors here on, again, the Mars Late Model Championship Series. And we're going to get an interview with Brian Shirley down with Jason here momentarily. Apologize, it'll be a droop check down there. I want to thank a new sponsor, Midwest Sheet Metal. Going to be our caution flag sponsor. As there's Brian Shirley, and he'll talk with Jason Frummel down in Victory Lane.
Down here in Victory Lane, Heat Race number 1, going to Squirrel, Brian Shirley. Squirrel picking up right where you left off last season with the Outlaws, 2 feature wins on the season. I'll let him get the helmet off. Squirrel, you had 2 feature wins last year with the Outlaws when you were here in August. How much difference the racetrack tonight from what you were used to back then?
It's definitely, early spring, a little more crummy, stuff like that. So it's got similar characteristics, but it's definitely a little looser than before.
3S is dialed in. Heat race number 2 is underway.
Here we go. Heat race number 2. Garrett Albertson and Ricky Thornton Jr. Chris Simpson in the high side hustler. Jason Fager, a little bit of contact off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Garrett Albertson going to jump out of the race lead, but here comes the high side hustler living up to his moniker down the front straightaway. Fager looking to go to second, and can he drive around Ricky Thornton Jr.? Ricky Thornton Jr., Nippy 50 winner 1 year ago. We got the in-car double box, the high side hustler on the move here at Maquoketa, and he's about ready to bring him to his feet. Heat number 2. Garrett Albertson, Ricky Thornton Jr., Jason Fager, throw a blanket over him down the back straightaway. Ricky Thornton Jr. trying to get to the inside of Albertson. Jason Fager going to take the high road, looking to go 3 wide here at Maquoketa. Albertson, Fager, Thornton, what a battle. 3 cars down the back straightaway, halfway this time by. Garrett Albertson going to hold him off, but here comes Jason Fager again to the outside, down to the inside. Does he have the race lead as Albertson? Yes! The high side hustler, beautiful in-car camera right there on flow. Shows the why he's one of the best up on the high side, but here comes Garrett Albertson. He gets a good drive up at turn number 2. Fager will climb the hill. Now he's going to bring Ricky Thornton along with him as a dancing partner. Garrett Albertson trying to hold on strong down there on the bottom. Chris Simpson's 4th. Ricky Thornton 3rd. Albertson back to 2nd, maybe 1st. Fager outside. Albertson inside. 2 to go. Half a mile. Fager, Albertson, Thornton. Your top 3. Simpson 4th. Here comes Thornton out for 2nd. Albertson again looking back down to the inside of Jason Fager. Here comes Ricky Thornton Jr. The wave of the white flag, 1 to go. Cheer him on, Maquoketa. The high side hustler got the race lead. Looking to go to the redraw. 4 to the A main. Albertson, Thornton, Simpson. Ricky Thornton Jr. going to go to the outside here in the final lap. Garrett Albertson going to drive down to the inside, but it's not going to be enough. Your winner, the high side hustler, Jason Fager. What a drive from the 2-5. How about it for the hustler, Jason Fager, here at Maquoketa. What a win for the 2-5. Illinois boy getting it done here on a Friday night. Great heat race. Albertson will come home 2nd. Ricky Thornton Jr. will come home 3rd. And the Iowan, Chris Simpson, gonna come home 4th. Oh my. Great job, Maquoketa Speedway and the high side hustler. I tell you what, with that onboard shot and the high side hustler, man, living up to his moniker, he put on a show. Maquoketa Speedway, how about it for the high side hustler? Jason Fager, back-to-back championships with the Mars Championship Late Model Series, and we'll toss it down to the infield with Jason Frommel.
Heat race number 2 winner, Jason Fager, the high side hustler. That's why they say it. This thing was on cruise.
Yeah, it was crumbs up there, and we kind of got to blow it off, and good hard race, and man, I just beat Ricky Thornton. It's been a while since that happened, and Garrett's been really good too. So I typically really struggle with this track, so it feels good. We had a good night of practice, and definitely his best car I felt like I've had here since we've been coming.
Drivers fired up, the crew's pumped up. Heat race number 3 set to roll to the Speedway.
Thank you very much, Jason. Congratulations, Jason Fager, man, that was awesome. Here we go, Heat 3. It'll be the smooth operator, 32 Bobby Pierce at alongside. I like this guy, Orcutt, California, 38T. That'll be Dylan Thornton. Daniel Adams out of Peru, Illinois, car number 75 into his outside. Runner-up on the Mars Championship Late Model Series a year ago. It'll be Ryan Hunziker, car number 24. Rookie of the Year in 2024 out of Molalla, Oregon was Justin Duty in 15. Tanner English out of Benton, Kentucky, car number 96, will start 6th. Starting 7th inside of row number 4 will be Jacob Sturr out of Harrison, Michigan. And it was outside, running for Sunoco Rookie of the Year, will be Jake Little out of Springfield, Illinois. Kurt Schroeder out of Newton, Iowa, and Jeff Tharp out of Sherrill, Iowa in 10T make up row 5. And row 6 will find Mark Pfluger in the 1946. Set and ready to go 8 laps of distance. Top 4 to the A main. Winner to the redraw. Shirley and Fager, your heat race winners. Who's going to join them? Off turn 4, it's Pierce Thornton from the All-Star Performance start zone. We're green. Bobby Pierce. Here comes Daniel Adam on the opening lap, trying to work around Dylan Thornton down the back straightaway, top 4 to the A main. Daniel Adam going to drive to the inside of Dylan Thornton. Thornton to the outside, 3 wide. As they run down the front straightaway, here comes Duty. Unzicker is there as well, but Justin Duty now moves to the top 4. Daniel Adam third. Second to be Dylan Thornton, and trying to run away and hide is the 32, Bobby Pierce. Good battle for position there. Tanner English trying to go by Ryan Unzicker. Unzicker works back by him. Now English going to dive down to the inside. Oh, man, look out, all kinds of action. Here comes the 10 car out of nowhere. That'll be Jeff Tharp. Tharp on the move from the back. Him, Jake Little, Ryan Unzicker, Tanner English. That's outside your top 4. What a battle. Unzicker, English. That is 5th and 6th, still side by side. It's Pierce Thornton up front. Daniel Adams third, Justin Duty 4th. Tanner English now going to throw another slider on Ryan Unzicker. Unzicker going to dive back down to his inside. Good racing action outside the top 4. Look out, Jake Little. Little in trouble off turn number 2. And do we see our first Midwest Sheet Metal caution? We do. Caution is out. So our first Midwest Sheet Metal caution is out for the 38J of Jake Little. And the Tammy's Treasures, Brant 38J, rolling down the back straightaway. Looks like everything's okay. Just outside the top 4, running in that 7th spot at the time. But how about that battle between Tanner English and Ryan Unzicker? A couple of good hot rods. Well, we'll rack them and stack them and do it again. Now they're going to have to go after Justin Duty. Nice job by Daniel Adam in 75, running for World of Outlaw Rookie of the Year. Dylan Thornton in 38T. And we talked about two of the best drivers in the country. Ricky Thornton Jr. in 20RT in tonight's Nippy 50. And how about Bobby Pierce? Pierce looking to go to the redraw in car number 32. Again, that low voltage solutions Longhorn Vic Hill powered car 32 out of Oakwood, Illinois, in search of his 7th win here in 2025. He was your winner 1 year ago here on Friday night. We go back to the All-Star Performance start zone. 5 laps remain, or excuse me, 5 and 3 to go. Bobby Pierce showing the way. Dylan Thornton to the outside, but Daniel Adam down to his inside, looking to stack him up 3 wide with the 15 to Justin Duty down the back straightaway. Duty now going to go to 3rd. Daniel Adam back to 4th. Here comes Tanner English. English around Unzicker, now going to dive to the inside of Daniel Adam. Dylan Thornton, Justin Duty going at it. Dylan Thornton to the inside. Justin Duty, your Rookie of the Year 1 year ago out of Molalla, Oregon. Going to go to 2nd. White flag going to come out for Bobby Pierce. The battle behind him is awesome. Here at Maquoketa, Duty. Oh, Thornton may be in trouble. Tanner English all the way to 3rd. Here comes the battle for 4th of the final lap. Ryan Unzicker, Dylan Thornton, Tanner English. Off turn number 4. Winner of Heat 3 is going to be Bobby Pierce, but behind him, Justin Duty. Then it's Ryan Unzicker and Tanner English round out your top 4, and Dylan Thornton not going to make it through his heat race. He ends up 5th. 6th to Adam, 7th to Schroeder, 8th to Stir, 9th to Tharp, and 10th to Jake Little. Wow, what another exciting heat race behind your race winner, Bobby Pierce. 2nd, your 2024 Rookie of the Year, Justin Duty. 3rd will go to Ryan Unzicker, and 4th to Tanner English. Before that last restart, they were on the outside looking in. But Ben Kentucky's Tanner English going to the A main. Again, your Mars Championship Late Model Series runner-up, Ryan Unzicker. Last year comes home 3rd. He's in the show. 2nd will be Justin Duty, your Rookie of the Year last year, and your winner, the smooth operator at 32, Bobby Pierce, going to the redraw. He wins heat race number 3.
Down here in Victory Lane with a smooth operator, Bobby Pierce, in a feature win here at the Maquoketa Speedway last season during the Nippy 50. What's it going to take to get done here tonight?
So far, so get a hold of. So do the racetrack, but makes it fun. You know, it's treacherous up there. You don't want to fall off the edge, but the corners are wide, so I think it'll be racy. See what we got.
Bobby Pierce picking up heat race number 3. Heat race number 4th and final lined up in the chutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank Century Services sponsoring heat race number 2, heat race number 3, brought to you by Randy Davidson Trucking. And thank you to Randy Davidson Trucking, Century Services, Fisher Farms. Some heat race sponsors, all part of the second edition of the Nippy 50. Final heat race number 4. Here at Maquoketa. On the pole, going to be B-Shep, Brandon Shepard out of New Berlin, alongside out of Fairview Heights, Illinois. It'll be Darren Klein in 10. The G-Man, 11G, Gordy Gundaker to his outside. The 28 out of Carpentersville, that one-man band, Dennis Herb Jr. Sunoco Rookie of the Year, GT1, Guy Taylor out of Springfield. And Iowa City, Iowa's 51, Matt Furman, make up run number 3. Run number 4, A-Dog, Alan Weiser in 25W. Steve Stoltz out of 78S in 78S in row 4. Row 5, Mark Boyd out of Marine in 30. Glenn Powell in 26P. Row 6, Sean Mulvaney in car 70. 8 laps the distance. Top 4 to the A main. Winner to the redraw. Shirley Fager Pierce in the redraw. Who's going to join them? Heat 4 from the All-Star Performance Start Zone. It is Brandon Shepard and Darren Klein. We're green. Gordy Gundaker going to slip down to the inside of Darren Klein. Dennis Herb trying to come along as well. Man, they're about 4 wide down the back straightaway. Good racing action as they work into 3 and off of 4. What a move for Gordy Gundaker. Shepard slipped up. Gundaker goes by. Gundaker, Herb, now Shepard going to step to the outside of Klein. Klein going to be 4th. Guy Taylor trying to get in the mix in his first Mars event. Up front, G-Man, Dennis Herb, couple of Illinois veterans going at it. Gordy Gundaker going to take the race lead back from Dennis Herb. Side by side, 11 and 2/8. Kid Dennis Herb going to drive back to the race lead, but here comes the G-Man. Once again for the race lead, it's Herb and Gundaker. Run 1-2. Good battle for 3rd. Now Brandon Shepard going to try that top side. Klein holding on for 4th. Down the back straightaway, enter B-Shep into the picture as he works on that high side and goes after Gordy Gundaker. Going to make the high side stick, yes. B5 on that move. Maquoketa, 4 exciting heat races. Good grief, this is another good one here at Maquoketa. All part of the Nippy 50. Opening night, thank you to D&E Outside Services. Side by side for the race lead. Hawkeye State doing us proud, side by side here with the Mars Championship Late Model Series, powered by FK Rod-Ins. 2 laps to go. Pick a favorite and cheer him on. Dennis Herb, Brandon Shepard side by side. Shepard now to the race lead. Dennis Herb again back down to the inside, but Brandon Shepard, he fell back to 4th. He's came all the way to take the lead. Dennis Herb might not be done yet. Waving the white flag, 1 to go. Herb to the inside. Shepard's got the race lead. Darren Klein gonna hold on to that 4th spot. Gordy Gundaker 3rd. Final time down the back straightaway. And the Shepard Auto Sales Valvoline B5. How about it, race fans? Winning heat 4. B-Shep. Brandon Shepard does it. 2nd will go to Dennis Herb. 3rd will go to Gordy Gundaker. And 4th will go to 10. Darren Klein. What a heat race there. Maquoketa. What do you say? Big heat race win for B-Shep, Brandon Shepard. Dennis Herb Jr. come home 2nd. Gordy Gundaker 3rd. Darren Klein comes home in 4th. Weiser, Furman, Stoltz, Taylor, Voigt, and Powell going to have to come out of the 2nd B main. But my, oh my, the action here at Maquoketa, hot and heavy. Another awesome heat race in the Valvoline, Rocket Chassis, Paulson, American Racing Wheels, Shepard Auto Sales. Out of New Berlin, Illinois in B5. Man, oh man, he has been fast as well. Former World of Outlaw, late model champion, all-time winningest driver on that series. And of course, some Mars feature wins as well. How about it, race fans, for Brandon Shepard? We'll send it down to Jason with our winner.
Down here with the B5 of Brandon Shepard. B-Shep, this thing was real good in the late go of this one. What'd you learn for the feature?
I learned that we didn't make quite the right adjustments there for that heat race. And truthfully, I messed up the start there. I gave the middle a little bit too much credit in 1 and 2, and I kind of tried to float the middle, getting into 1 there, and I just slid right through the crumbs. And I should have committed to the bottom a little harder that first lap, and I think I would have got a lot better start. But I was definitely a little bit off there. I think with a little bit of tweaking, we'll be right there.
She was good when it counted. Heat race number 4, winner Brandon Shepard.
Thank you very much, Jason, a 3-time PDC champion, 5-time World of Outlaw champion, and your 2024 World of Outlaw champ. Looking for a 7th Mars win. Could it come tonight? Here in the opening night of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services. Looks like a little track prep going on, so we'll take a break. Make sure and come back. Exciting racing action. This has been awesome here at Maquoketa. You are watching the opening night of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services, right here on Flow. We'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans, to Maquoketa Speedway. Here with the Mars Championship Late Model Series, the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services. Pulling onto the track, too tough to tame, the IMCA stock cars. Jason, take it away.
Rolling out onto the Speedway, qualifying heat race number 1 for your stock cars. Clay Hockaday going to roll for the pole, the 7Z machine. Sharp looking race car. He hails out of Erie, Illinois. His outside will be the B78 of Brandon Borbeck. Row 2, it'll be the 4K and Cody Miles, the 99X, the Game Changer Dallin Murdy. Third row on the inside, Greg Gill out of Muscatine. The 12N engaged Neil, the final row to be Chase Saruba and Jacob for 8 laps of distance. We're underway. 4 wide will sneak him off into turns 1 and 2. Cody Miles going to break the pace and lead us down the back straightaway, side by side for the number 2 spot. Dallin Murdy on the inside of Brandon Vorbeck as they work hard back to it. 1 lap scored. Looks good. Your race leader. Miles and Murdy, your top 2. Third belongs to Gage Neal. 4th, Brandon Vorbeck. As we work them back to it, Gage Neal trying to hang on to the 3rd spot. A couple of hard charges working behind him. Now Dallin Murdy looking to challenge to the inside of your race leader, Cody Miles, working the top side. Miles a slight advantage off into turns 3 and 4 this time by. It'll be 3 laps scored into the books, 5 laps to go. Your race leader. Dallin Murdy with one headed the wrong direction down in turns 3 and 4. That'll bring up our Midwest sheet metal caution flag. Greg Gill headed the wrong direction down in turns 3 and 4. Trouble down the back straightaway for Cody Miles, 4K, former race leader, stopped on the back stretch. Greg Gill going to be your cause for the pause. Dallin Murdy going to be your new race leader. 3 laps scored into the books, 3 down, 5 laps to go. Three big qualifying heat races for your Quality Lawn Care IMCA stock cars. Top 4 cars to the redraw here tonight. Those of you following along on My Race Pass, find everything you need to know. So Dallin Murdy going to be scored your race leader. He'll be out front by himself. Dark side double file on the restart. Gage Neal, Brandon Vorbeck going to be 2nd and 3rd spots. Coming back to the green flag, the All-Star Performance start zone. Just inside of the halfway point, we're back underway. Up close and personal down into turns 1 and 2. We'll gather him up and boogie down the back straightaway. This time by, it'll be halfway home. 4 laps scored into the books. 4 down, 4 laps to go. Murdy and Neal, your top 2. Greg Gill on the rally, working back into the top handful of qualified car once again. Vorbeck in the B78 hanging on to the number 3 spot. Neal 2nd. Dallin Murdy riding along the race lead with 3 laps to go. Good looking battle here. Racetrack shaping up superior form as we'll work them to 3 and 4. The green flag waving this time by. 2 laps to go. Dallin Murdy, Gage Neal, Brandon Vorbeck, Greg Gill, top 4 cars headed on to tonight's big dance through the redraw. White flag going to wave this time by the game changer out front. Looking to rally back from a tough week. Family Farm took a little bit of a fire damage. The 99 machine, the cars, and all the humans in the place were okay. Dallin Murdy looking to rally about for the Murdy family as we bring home heat race number 1. Top 4 coming home like this. It'll be Greg Gill making the redraw. Brandon Vorbeck comes home 3rd. Gage Neal will finish in the 2nd spot. And the game changer, Dallin Murdy, picking up heat race number 1 in the Class 2 Tough to Tame, the IMCA stock cars. Heat race number 2 waiting in the wings, set to come to the Speedway.
Send them, buddy, send them.
Lineup for heat race number 2 going to look something similar to this. On the pole, it'll be the Iceman Dustin Viss out of Martell, Iowa, the 20B. Is outside the 3T out of Cedar Rapids at Scooter Doolin. Row number 2 on the inside, it'll be Kenny Richards out of Montello, Wisconsin, the M80. His outside, Mike Vandermark Jr., the 26V. He's still with us out of Cedar Springs, Michigan. Row number 3 on the inside, the Milan Missile, Drew Burke in 77W. His outside, Jeff Bone Larson in 21. Fourth and final on the inside, it's the little guy, Jeremy Campbell, to his outside, the 18Z out of Appleton, Wisconsin. That'll be Zach Marg. Caution lights out, set to go. 8 laps the distance, qualifying heat race number 2. For your quality lawn care IMCA stock cars, Dustin Viz, the Iceman, gonna bring us down to the green flag. It's waving. 3-wide battle for the number 3 spot as Mike Vandermark Jr. going to sneak to the outside of Scooter Newland, and the Milan Missile working on the inside. Good looking battle there. 3 abreast they go. Back to the stripe. Putting the Iceman leading the way. Kenny Richards in the M80 car working the number 2 spot. That battle for 3, 4, and even 5 on the Speedway shaping up now. 2 laps, score to the books. The top 2 breaking away. Position. Here comes Scooter Newland and Bone Larson with 1 wheel way up in the wind. This time by it'll be 3 laps, score to the books, 5 laps to go. The top 2. Scooter Newland gets a little chop job there. 21 of Bone Larson going to straighten him up. Everybody going to point right. We'll stay green this time by the halfway point. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go. Dustin Miss, Kenny Richards, Drew Burke, and Mike Vandermark Jr. Your top 4 qualified cars on the outside. Looking in is the 21 of Bone Larson. Qualifying heat race. Battle still racking about for the number 3 spot. Drew Burke, the Milan Missile, working the bottom side. Mike Vandermark Jr. on the top side. Side-by-side battle for the number 3 spot. Back to the stripe they'll go. It'll be Drew Burke. By a fender down the back straightaway to the white flag will come this time by the Iceman. Dustin Miss over Kenny Richards. Drew Burke and Mike Vandermark Jr. Vandermark now going to move back to the inside, try to sneak a peek to the inside of the 77. Can't get the job done. The top 2 gone. See ya, not missing nothing there. The battle for 3, 4, 5. That's where we're trained. Checkers waving. Just like that, qualifying heat race number 2 wrapped up and in the books. Coming home in the number 4 spot will be Mike Vandermark Jr. in 26. 3rd spot will go to the Milan Missile, Drew Burke in the 77. 2nd spot to Kenny Richards in the M80. And your heat race winner joins us out of the metropolitan area known as Martell, Iowa. How about it for the Iceman, Dustin Viz? Third and final qualifying heat race loaded up and in the chutes. Great racing here across the board, has been all night. Late model heat racer, absolute bangers. Stock cars, always good. Stock cars do stock car stuff. Want to make sure everybody knows what's going on here tonight. Stick around with us. The Dirt Road Rockers are going to play under Volunteer Hall. That's the big blue building down towards turn 1. They'll take over once the noise calms down just a bit. The Dirt Road Rockers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason, as we get set and ready for some more great heat racing action to come here at Maquoketa. Looks like a little bit of quick track work. I tell you what, talk about an awesome series, FloRacing Night in America. We're going to kick off. Welcome back, Izzo family, Tony Izzo and the gang. Congratulations to getting to the Hall of Fame last year. LaSalle Speedway is back with a little help, baby. May 6th, we're headed there for Illinois Speed Week. Spoon River Speedway as well in Banner, Illinois, May 7th. May 8th, We continue on with Illinois Speed Week, Lincoln Speedway. Home to the world's largest covered wagon, LaSalle, Spoon River, Lincoln, May 6th, 7th, and 8th. FloRacing Night in America. And then we go to Marshalltown, Iowa. Be ready. May 13th, we're coming your way. And then June 4th, FloRacing Night in America at Eldora Speedway before the Dirt Late Model Dream. That's an upcoming look at FloRacing Night in America. Should be some good racing action there. And I tell you what, we have seen some awesome racing action here at Maquoketa. Jason Frummel, looks like we got some more heat races headed your way.
Qualifying heat race number 3 set to make its way out onto the speedway. The lineup gonna look something similar to this. On the pole, it'll be Damon Murdy out of Chelsea, Iowa, 99D to his outside. Keegan Wells out of Wilton, Iowa, the 23W. Row 2 on the inside, it'll be Brandon Schmidt out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, 20S to his outside. The K9 out of Little Swamico, Wisconsin, that's Tyler Wilson. Third row to the inside, Dubuque, Iowa's Mitchell Evans in 8E to his outside. Waterloo, Iowa's Vern Jackson, the 64, and Matt Pickray gonna pick the short straw here tonight. He'll draw the last starting spot in the last heat race. Caution lights out, 8 in the distance, set to go. The Chelsea Charger on the pole, we're underway. Damon Murdy gonna hustle us off into the turns 1 and 2. Brandon Schmidt right there in tow. Keegan Wells will slip back into the number 3 spot. And the K9 of Tyler Wilson hanging on to your final transfer spot. Track starting to clean up and look real nice down the back straightaway. Your race leader setting a hot pace. Here comes Brandon Schmidt trying to take a looky-loo to the inside. Nothing will do there. 2 laps scored. Damon Murdy. Murdy, Schmidt, Wilson, and Wells, your top 4 of your qualifying cars. As she goes, we'll work them back to us this time. It'll be 3 laps scored in the books, 5 laps to go. Big wiggle out of Tyler Wilson's K9 machine. Wholesale spots at the tail of the field. He'll drop. Everybody going to stay pointed proper and will stay green. Your top 2 out front, gone. See ya, sayonara. Halfway point, the battle's still working hard for your top position. Damon Murdy and Brandon Schmidt. Murdy with a good trip down through turns 1 and 2. Going to gain himself a little bit of real estate. The 3 and 4, Brandon Schmidt looking sporty as he'll look to the left rear quarter panel, the 99D. 5 laps scored in the books. The back half of this one, 3 laps to go. Vern Jackson hanging on to your final transfer spot into the redraw. Keegan Wells 3rd. Brandon Schmidt, Damon Murdy, your top 2. We work to the waving green flag this time by. Good side-by-side race going on. That spot's 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the speedway. White flag going to wave for your race leader, Damon Murdy out front of Brandon Schmidt. Keegan Wells sole possession of the 3rd spot. We'll go double box on FloRacing. See the battle out front as well as the battle for that final transfer position. One final time down the back straightaway. Murdy with Brandon Schmidt lockstep. They'll come home 1, 2, 3 to Keegan Wells. 4 spots side by side. That's the final redraw position as they come to the strike. Rally for Tyler Wilson. He'll come home in the number 4 position. 3rd will go to Keegan Wells in 23W. 2nd spot to Brandon Schmidt in 20. And your heat race winner joins us out of Chelsea, Iowa. How about it for Damon Murdy? Sport Mod qualifying heat race rolling right along. 2 big ones for the Sport Mods. Qualifying heat race number 1 going to line up like this. On the pole, the 2B out of Santa Maria, California. That's going to be Braden Claiborne to his outside. The 18 from much closer than Santa Maria, California. That's Nathan Salaji. Row number 2 on the inside, it's Tyler Carey out of Nashville in 9R. To his outside will be Brad Salisbury out of Moline in 28. Row number 3 on the inside will be Mitchell Fairbank out of Oshkosh, Wis. The 10F car to his outside, Justin Becker in 35 Junior. 4th and final on the inside, the X car from Freeport's Ed Mills. To his outside, 4J out of Bernard. That is scheduled to be Jared Miles. First of two qualifying heat races, rolling out onto the speedway for the Sport Mods. Caution light's going to dim down the back chute. We'll bring them to the All-Star Performance start zone. Hot rod pace, they'll go. Green flag and away. Braden Claiborne, Nathan Solange going to battle it out side by side. 4 cars trying to sort out that third position, as now they'll shuffle to 3 wide. Off of turn number 4, 1 lap score. Nathan Solange, your race leader. Nathan Solange, the 18 car, Freeport, Illinois, second generation driver. Caution flag on the speedway for the first time here. Midwest sheet metal caution flag waves over heat race number 1. Looks like, oh yeah, somebody's transponder has come undone. And some other stuff. So 1 lap scored in the books. It will be Delaware double file on the restart. We'll get the start cone readjusted down in turns 3 and 4. Paraphernalia scooped up. Nathan Solange, the 18 car, brand new Harris race car. First laps on it last night at practice. Looking real sporty out front of this heat race number 1. Yeah, we got a little bit of kerfluffle on the front row. Supposed to be Delaware double file. Mr. Claiborne says, I don't know, what do you mean? Leader out front by himself. Second place has the choice inside or outside. Nice try though. We'll give that another rip. World's fastest restart. Down the back straightaway will go Solange with the caution lights out. Gonna bring us back to the green flag of the All-Star Performance start zone. We're underway. Nathan Solange gonna step out to an early race lead down the back straightaway. It'll be 2 laps scored in the books this time by 2 down, 4 laps to go. First of 2 qualifiers. Claiborne in the number 2 car, working in the number 2 spot. As we hustle down the back straightaway, he's got company now as the 10F of Mitchell Fairbank tries to wheel and deal up to the inside. This time it'll be 3 laps to go. 3 laps scored into the books, 3 laps to go. Good battle here for the number 2 spot. Fairbank to the inside of the 2B. Braden Claiborne for the number 2 spot. 2 to go. Side by side racing for the number 2 spot. Fairbank now going to roll them down the back straightaway in the number 2 spot. Salisbury trying to sneak that thing up into a qualified spot here tonight. The white flag going to go high up in the air. 1 lap to go. Top 5 go dancing. Nathan Solange trying to roll that Harris race car to a heat race win. It will. Qualifying heat race number 1 wrapped up and in the books. Coming home in the number 5 spot will be the X car and Ed Mills. 4th to Brad Salisbury in 28. 3rd spot will go to Braden Claiborne in 2B. 2nd will go to Mitchell Fairbank, the 10F car. And your heat race winner joins us out of Freeport, Illinois. How about it for Nathan Solange? Final heat race of the night set to make its way onto the speedway. Lineup will look just something like this. On the pole to be the Candyman from right here in the big city. That's Jared Franzen. To his outside, it'll be Levi Heath out of Clarence at 9H. Row number 2 on the inside will be Eric Turner out of Barstow. Is outside the 10S from Middle Point, Wisconsin. That'll be Shane Bennett. Row number 3 on the inside, Colton C. out of Chilton, Wisconsin, the 29S. His outside will be the 48 car out of Milwaukee. That's Matt Urban. 4th and final on the inside, it'll be Rose Creek, Minnesota's Michael Johnson in 22C. Andy Wagner from right here in Maquoketa, the 33X. Gonna start shotgun the field. Qualifying heat race number final, the last qualifying heat race. Couple of B mains to sort some things out. The modifieds are making their way to the staging area. Rolling right on through night number one here. The Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. Beautiful night. The temperature's still very nice. The wind's starting to knock down here on the grounds of the Jackson County Fairgrounds. We see the caution lights dim down the back straightaway. The Candyman, Jarrett Franzen. Your two-time defending track champion in 33, gonna bring us down to a green flag of the All-Star Performance Start Zone. We're underway. Franzen gonna sneak away off of turn 2 down the back straightaway as your race leader with Levi Heath right there in the hip pocket. Will hustle to 3 and 4. One lap score to the books this time by the Candyman. Parked it right in the center. Heath will draw it even as we work back into turns 1 and 2. Good battle behind your race leaders. Eric Turner in 10. Shane Bennett, the 48, all there. Toss a blanket over spots 3, 4, 5, and 6. Cars going to head to the redraw here tonight in this final qualifying heat race of the evening. Business starting to pick up back out front. The Candyman trying to hold off Levi Heath. Heath rolling hot on the outside. Jared Franzen working the catfish line on the extreme bottom of this racetrack as we'll work them this time. 4 laps scored into the books. 2 laps to go. Levi Heath trying to run down Jared Franzen. Battle still raging on for the top spot. Franzen on the extreme bottom, not going to give that up. The white flag waving. Heath rolling the momentum around the center of the speedway, trying to reel him down. Franzen got the old stump puller gear out, working hard off the bottom of the speedway. One final time down into turns 3 and 4. Franzen will park it again. Here comes Levi Heath looking to give a run to the outside. Not going to be enough. Franzen picks up in race number 2. And just like that, wrapped up are your heat races. Fifth spot going to go to Matt Urban in 48. Eric Turner comes home 4th for the 10 machine, the 22C. Michael Johnson finishes the number 3 spot. Levi Heath, a hard-fought 2nd spot. Your heat race winner from right here in Maquoketa. How about it for the Candyman, Jarrett Franzen? So just like that, all your qualifying heat races wrapped up and in the books. Couple of B main consolations to set our fields here tonight. The Modified's going to be the first up on the docket for their consolation events. Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modifieds, bringing them to the Speedway. First of 2 B features. We'll take the top 4 out of each. The lineup's going to look like this. On the pole, it'll be Justin Ritchie out of New London, Wisconsin at 72 to his outside. It'll be Jacob Snyder out of Dunkerton at 98. Row 2. On the inside, it'll be Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Skylar Woods, the 32X to his outside. It'll be the 10 machine from Lowell, Michigan, Gary Vandermark. Third row to the inside, Union Grove, Wisconsin's Joel Crowbridge. Long hair sits to his right flank of the 1 machine. He's from Cologne, Illinois. Trevor Fitz, Ryan Maitland, Brandon Jewell. Round out your B feature lineup, number 1, top 4 cars. 8 laps the distance. We're underway. Top 3 breaking out. 3, 4, 5, going 3, 4 wide down the back straightaway. Crowbridge, long hair, Vandermark, Trevor Fitz, all there working hard. Final here tonight, Vandermark holds it at the line.
as they work them down through turns 1 and 2. Everything's starting to settle down and sort themselves out. Back to the stripe will go. It'll be 2 laps scored, this time by 6 laps to go. Richie Young pushing away. Good battle for number 2 spot. Skylar Woods trying to sneak a peek to the inside of the 98 of Dunkerton's Jacob Snyder. Snyder looking to battle back now down through turns 3 and 4. 3 laps scored, this time by 5 laps to go. Once again, your top 4 cars headed on to tonight's A main. Everybody else can try tomorrow. Justin Ritchie, Skylar Woods, Jacob Snyder, Gary Vandermark. That is your top 4 as she goes halfway home. 4 laps scored in the books, 4 down, 4 to go. Eric Barnes, the 1 car, 1 spot short on the outside looking in. Gary Vandermark looking to put himself 1 spot to the good, working on the 98 of Jacob Snyder. This time by, it'll be 6 laps scored to the books, 2 laps to go. Justin Ritchie led from the drop of the green, still leads. Skylar Woods starting to shake off any challengers for the number 2 spot. Jacob Snyder in 3rd, 4th, Gary Vandermark. Eric Barnes 1 spot short. White flag waving, 1 last chance to dance. Good looking battle here for the final transfer position. Gary Vandermark and Eric Barnes trying to sort it out 1 time. Down into turns 3 and 4. Justin Ritchie's headed to the show. Skylar Woods, Jacob Snyder, Gary Vandermark. Into tonight's A main. Just like that. Coming home in the number 4 spot and headed on into tonight's A main. It'll be Gary Vandermark 3rd. Jacob Schneider. Skylar Woods comes home 2nd. Justin Ritchie winning B main number 1. B main number 2 set to make its way out onto the speedway. Lineup will look like this. On the pole to be Matt Werner. Matt's out of Geneseo, Illinois, the 93 car. Row number 2 to the inside, the 2M from Eagle, Wisconsin. That's Steve Mueller. Row number 2 on the inside, the 12T out of Orangeville, Illinois. That's Austin Stam. His outside will be Dan Riedel out of Beaver Dam, Wis in 33X. 3rd row down low, the 59 out of LaPorte City, Iowa. That'll be Josh Fisher. To his outside, the Yacht 5 out of Muskegon, Michigan's Ryan Heskin. 4th and final on the inside, Jetty Andretti, Jed Freiberger. And his outside, the 45 out of Sheboygan is Joel Siegert Sr. Field to the Speedway, Sands 1. Looks like we're 1 car short. We'll turn to caution lots, get set to go. 8 laps the distance. B feature, number 2. Werner with a little bit of Sly Fox work on the restart there down in turns 3 and 4. Pole shot as he'll work down the back straightaway. As your race leader, Austin Stam up into the number 2 spot. Here comes Jetty Andretti. 3 wide for 3rd. Look out. Hot and heavy down into the first set of turns. Everybody's starting to settle down now as we work them down the back straightaway. 2 laps scored. This time by 2 down, 6 to go. Matt Werner. Austin Stam, Dan Riedel, your top 4 cars. Mueller on the outside looking in, holding down the number 5 position. Good battle here, 2 by 2 behind your top spot, Matt Werner, 93. 3 laps scored into the books and 5 to go. Jed Freiberger starting in the outhouse, working towards the penthouse up into the number 2 spot. Solidified transfer position as she goes. Austin Stam goes 3rd. Hang on to that 4th spot. Here comes the 2M of Mueller. Trying to roar back into a qualifier. Riedel's got trouble there on the top side. Big bobble. And Mueller's moving. 5 laps scored this time. 3 to go. Mueller getting that 2M machine moving and grooving. Puts Austin Stam into the bubble spot. Now Dan Riedel's going to go to work on him. Raven Green this time. 6 short, 2 laps to go. Freiberger, Mueller, Dan Riedel, Austin Stam. Oof. Loving, touching, and squeezing down in turns 1 and 2. White flag going to go up into the wind. 1 lap to go. Matt Warner and Jed Freiberger looking to punch their tickets. Everybody else, TBD, that final transfer spot. That's a battle. Mueller sits 3rd. Stam and Riedel side by side. It'll be Warner, Freiberger, Mueller, and we'll sort out that final transfer spot as we go to the double box. Riedel take the Dump Bar and Grill car number 33X into tonight's A main. Austin Stam going to fall 1 spot short. Though once again it'll be 4th spot to Dan Riedel in 33X. 3rd will go to Mueller in 2M. 2nd spot to Jetty Andretti, Jed Freiberger. And your B feature winner joins us out of Geneseo, Illinois. How about it for Matt Werner? Great action in the IMCA Modifieds. B features line it up for your Mars Championship Series. Mike Norris, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jason, as we get set and ready to go to B features for the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Again, as they get set and ready to roll out, I want to thank FK Rod-Ins, Elliott Custom Trailer and Carts, Racing Electronics, Hoosier Racing Tires, Sunoco Race Fuels, Pontiac RV All-Star Performance, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Driscoll Motors, MD3, Willwood Brakes, Woods Basement System Work Area during our feature events, Trackside Racewear, and of course our brand new sponsor, Midwest Sheet Metal, and more as we are set ready for B-Main number 1 with the Mars Championship Late Model Series on the pull out of Mount Vernon, Iowa, car number 25. It'll be Chad Simpson to his outside. Another Iowa boy at 43. It'll be Derek Stewart. Tony Jackson Jr. at 11 in Missouri. 56 will start inside of red number 2 to his outside. The Pink Panther at 4G. Race fans have it for Bob Gardner. It'll be the Reaper, McKay Winger, in car number 99 to his outside. In car number 89, how about it for Mike Spatola? Justin Kai looking to make his way through the field at a Wheatland, Iowa, 15K, alongside Steve Shepard out of New Berlin in 5S. Car number 5, Rich Bell out of Sheffield, Illinois, 21B, and Jake Neal out of Omaha, Nebraska. Car number 6, Parker Foster in 35, and Matt Minzy in car 26. 10 laps the distance. Frank Hagedis Jr. 99 JR and Brennan Willard in car number 3, back in road number 7. 10 laps the distance. To again, a top 2 to the A main. We'll talk to your 3rd place finisher as well. We got some money for them. Our first non-transfer for the All-Star Performance Start Zone. Green flag. We're underway. It'll be Simpson jumping out to the race lead. Here comes Stewart. Down to the inside is Tony Jackson Jr. Down to the inside, Jackson Jr. doing a second, but he might not be done yet. Going to work to the inside of Chad Simpson. They're going to work door to door for turn number 4 down the front straightaway of Maquoketa. TJJ going to go to the race lead, but here comes Chad Simpson back to the outside. Down the back straightaway. Good racing action continues here at Maquoketa. Side by side for the race lead. 2 in the books, 8 to go. Top 2 to the A main. They're 10 even at the stripe, giving it to Tony Jackson Jr. Right to the outside is Chad Simpson. Simpson going to look for the lead off of turn number 2, tiptoeing around the high side here at Maquoketa. Upstairs, downstairs is Tony Jackson Jr. still side by side for the race lead. Again, 25 of Chad Simpson working the top shelf where Dad hides the good books, but here comes Tony Jackson Jr. down to the inside, and we got a Midwest Sheet Metal caution. Caution is out for Parker Foster in 35X. Looks like off of turn number 4 is our first Midwest Sheet Metal of B-Main number 1. So Tony Jackson Jr. and Chad Simpson having a spirited battle for the race lead. On the outside looking in will be Derek Stewart, McKay Winger, and Justin Kai rounding out your top 5. But once again, want to thank Fisher Farms. They're going to sponsor $100 for our 3rd place finisher here tonight. So the first driver in each B main not making tonight's Mars Late Model Championship Series Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services, will get $100 Fisher Farms, and they'll get a chance to talk to Jason Frummel down in Victory Lane. So The first non-transfer will get $100. Thank you to Fisher Farms. As they head back to the All-Star Performance start zone, we have 3 in, 7 to go. Tony Jackson Jr. out of Lebanon, Missouri, showing the way. Chad Simpson second. Here we go in the restart. Tony Jackson Jr. going to jump back out to the race lead, bringing Stewart with him, but here comes Chad Simpson. Simpson again will work to the outside. Tony Jackson Jr. down to the inside. Man on the move is Kai in 15K. I tell you what, Justin Kai started back in 7th. He's worked his way to 3rd. Might be a factor before this one's over. Stewart's there as well. Good side-by-side racing action. New race leader now is going to be Chad Simpson down the back straightaway. And here comes Tony Jackson Jr. back down to the inside. They work side by side up into number 4 down the front straightaway. Tony Jackson Jr. back to the race lead here at the halfway point. Upstairs is Chad Simpson. Downstairs is Tony Jackson Jr. Great racing action here in B main number 1 with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. And that both cars push a little bit, but Tony Jackson Jr. has the race lead. 4 laps remaining. Chad Simpson married to that outside. Tony Jackson Jr. down to the inside. Kai now to 3rd. 4th is Stewart. 5th, Rich Bell. Heckenist on the move as well. I'll be too little too late for the 99 Junior. Good racing action again. Tony Jackson Jr. has the race lead, but off of turn number 2, Chad Simpson got something to say about that. They'll come back with a 2 to go signal. Great racing action at Maquoketa in the Nippy 50. It is Chad Simpson out of the race lead. Cheer him on here in Iowa. Down the back straightaway. Who's your favorite, Tony Jackson Jr. or Chad Simpson? Simpson on the high side. Jackson Jr. down to the inside. The charging Derek Stewart late. Find the 1 to go signal. Tony Jackson Jr. may not be done yet. Missouri, Iowa, battle it off. Down the back straightaway for the final time. They'll work into 3. And off of turn 4, Chad Simpson gonna win B feature number 1. Second will go to Tony Jackson Jr. and Derek Stewart. Gonna pick up 3rd and a $100 from Fisher Farms. So top 2 transferring to the A main. How about it for Chad Simpson? He's your winner of B feature number 1. And Lebanon, Missouri, Tony Jackson Jr. gonna come home 2nd. 3rd will go to Stewart. 4th will go to Kai. He charged from the back. Rich Bell comes home in 5th. 6th will go to Frank Heckenist Jr. Bob Gardner 7th. 8th, McKay Winger. 9th, Brennan Willard. And 10th is Jake Neal. So man, oh man. Continues to be great racing action here at the Maquoketa Speedway. And that B feature, no doubt, had plenty of awesome racing action. As we still have 1 more B feature to go. As they check on Tony Jackson Jr., you see a couple of drivers getting ready for coming up here in a little bit. They will have the redraw down here on the front straightaway. We get set and ready for B feature number 2. But first, we got some money to give away. Once again, thank you to Fisher Farms, $100 for 3rd in the B main. Tonight, that is Mr. 43, Derek Stewart.
Derek, we know it's not a great consolation to not make the show here tonight, to fall 1 spot short, but our friends at Fisher Farms wanted to make sure you weren't going to go home empty-handed. $100 to you for being the first car to not make the show here.
Cool, that's awesome.
Right on, man. Half a new tire for the 43 of Derek Stewart. Your first non-qualifier, our friends at Fisher Farms hooking in with a Chris Hundy.
Thank you very much, Jason Frummel and Derek Stewart getting a quick $100. Man, he was charging late on that high side, but came up 1 spot short. Line up for B feature number 2 as they roll out. Dylan Thornton was in a transfer spot early on, but fell back to 5th, so he'll be on the pole of B feature number 2 and alongside. How about it for A-Dog? He was your point leader at the halfway point in 2024. 4 mechanical issues got him. Alan Weiser going to start outside of row number 1. That'll be Daniel Adam out of Peru, Illinois, and Matt Furman out of Iowa City, Iowa at 51. Kurt Schroeder at 15C and Steve Stoltz at 78S. Row number 4 will find Jacob Sturr out of Harrison, Michigan, and Guy Taylor out of Springfield in GT1. Jeff Tharp and Mark Voigt out of Marine, Illinois, the racing man. And 30 make up row number 5. Row 6 starting 11th, 38J, Jake Little. And it was outside Glenn Powell out of Nixa, Missouri at 26P. Row number 7 starting 13th, Mark Pfluger at 46. And Sean Mulvaney's had a tough night a car number 70 in the Moline, Illinois driver. We get set, ready to go. 10 laps of distance. Top 2 to the A main. We'll let you know who the provisional starters are. We go off of the 2024 Mars points. 2024 Mars points for provisionals here tonight, and that is it. Dylan Thornton on the pole. As they bring him off at turn number 4, green flags out. Here we go. B feature number 2, 10 laps, top 2. Thornton gonna jump right to the top side. Down the back straightaway he goes. Second quickly gonna be Alan Weiser. New look for that 25 machine as he tries to hold off Daniel Adam. Opening lap, Dylan Thornton in 38, the Orchid, California driver. Action picking up behind your race leader, looking to go, the top 2, looking to go 3 wide for third. Down the back straightaway, Daniel Adams. Here comes the 15 machine. Kurt Schroeder on the move, finding that inside groove to his liking as well. We got a car slinging it and bringing it in, so we stay green. We will. A couple of cars take evasive action there. That looked like the 10 of Jeff Tharp. Tharp with a move of the night so far. Stoltz right there in 78. Down the back straightaway, here comes the GT1 trying to navigate his way from 8th. That'll be Guy Taylor running for Sunoco Rookie of the Year. Jake Little coming up through the field as well. He started back at 11th, but there's your race leader, Dylan Thornton. Out front, comfortable margin. 2 seconds ahead of second running Alan Weiser. Again, several wins already here in 2025 for your race leader. Now the action for the runner-up spot heating up, and it may not be heating up much longer because here comes the 75 of Daniel Adam. Daniel Adam running for Rookie of the Year with the World of Outlaws down the front straightaway, and Daniel Adam going to swipe second away from A-Dog. They're going to work side by side off into number 2 down the back straightaway. Daniel Adam, here comes Alan Weiser. A-Dog with a new look here in 2025, and Daniel Adam up and over turn number 4 briefly. It allows Alan Weiser to gather him in. 4 laps to go. This battle for second is where it's at. Again, 4 second the lead for Dylan Thornton, but this battle is what we're glued to. Weiser on the outside looking in. Adam upstairs. Downstairs is Weiser for the runner-up spot. Give it back to A-Dog. Now to Weiser, now to second, but here comes the 75 of Daniel Adam up on the high side again. Over in turns 1 and 2. Great racing all night at Maquoketa, Iowa. We love you. We'll be back with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Great race after great race here at Maquoketa. On the left of your screen, Dylan Thornton navigating lap traffic. On your right side, this great battle for the runner-up spot as laps wind down. Weiser and Adams continue to battle it out. White flag, 1 to go. They're dead even. Cheer 'em on, Maquoketa. Who's going to the big dance? Who's going home? Weiser down to the inside. Adam to the outside. B-main number 2 goes to Dylan Thornton. This battle for second. It's going to the 75 of Daniel Adams. A nice fist pump. And DA's going to the big dance, the Nippy 50. And he made $1,000 as it's $1,000 to start. And that was a $1,000 move. Congratulations, Daniel Adams. Weiser will talk to Jason Frommel. He comes home 3rd. 4th to Schroeder. 5th to Furman. Tharp, Little, Stewart, Taylor, and Stoltz, Pfluger, Powell, Voigt, and Mulvaney, your top 14. Man, what a battle amongst those second and third transfer cars. Again, coming home in second, the 75 of Daniel Adam. The North Carolina Legend car champion there in 75, now driving late models. Again, he won him a feature in the Mars Championship Late Model Series one year ago. And your winner, race fans, out of Orchid, California in 38T. But a nice round of applause for Dylan Thornton. So great run for Dylan Thornton. Again, driver to keep your eye on that Longhorn chassis. Cornet Racing Engines. Again, big shout out to Pete and Mary Van Eiderstein, Brenda and Ricky Kai, Peterson Insurance, and Kai Farms. Man, big sponsors on that youngster, Dylan Thornton. And man, a nice $100 bill is going to go to this driver. Again, he was your point leader at the halfway point of our season a year ago. But unfortunately, mechanical issues and some other stuff as he had to drop off the tour. But he can drive, as we'll get an interview with him. As they're trying to, yep. trying to direct him where to go, as looks like some a little bit of track prep coming up as well. As A-Dog going to talk to Jason Frummel. And I tell you what, the 25 put up a good fight with Daniel Adam for that second spot, but he come up one position short. $100 for his effort from Fisher Farms, as he'll talk to Maquoketa's own Jason Frummel down on the front stretch. Jason.
Picking up the consolation event, $100 going to the A-Dog, Alan Weiser. Alan, obviously you want to make the main here tonight. The consolation from our friends at Fisher Farms. They're going to throw you $100 for being the first car on the outside looking in.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome of them. Man, we're just trying to get our car a little bit better here. This is our second night out this year, so heck, we'll take it, and maybe we can make the show tomorrow night.
Onward and upward. The A-Dog, Alan Weiser, finishing the first car on the outside looking in.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, as they do a little bit of track prep right there. They got a couple of drivers set and ready to go. Coming up next, scheduled to be another one of our B mains, I believe. We'll see if we get one for the IMCA stock cars or the sport mods. But right now, we're going to take a break. Man, exciting racing action here on night number 1 of the Nippy 50 at Maquoketa, brought to you by D&E Outside Services. You do not want to miss these features tonight. It's going to be awesome. Stay tuned right here on Flow. We'll be right back.
Save your lunch money for. Welcome to the High Limit Room. Your 2024 ADCC Openweight World Champion.
Welcome back, race fans, to the Nippy 50 opening night, presented by D&E Outside Services, right here at Maquoketa Speedway with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. We are powered by FK Rod Ends. I want to thank each and every one of you awesome race fans, as we are set and ready for the redraw. We'll send it right down front with Maquoketa's own at Jason Frummel.
Redraw time set to go. 4 heat race winners in order. Heat race number 1 went to Brian Shirley. We'll drive over here, catch the bag. He'll draw his spot. Squirrel, what do we got?
I don't know. Oh, number 4.
Well, it couldn't have got any worse. We'll try again.
That's right.
Heat race number 2. We'll step on over with the high side hustler, Jason Fenger. He'll pick his fate. We'll find out where he'll start tonight's 40-lapper. On the pin, lucky sometimes, good some other times. We'll slide back to heat race number 3. Bobby Pierce, the heat race number 3 winner. The bookends are gone. It's 2 and 3. What's it going to be? It'll be 3 for the smooth operator. That'll leave B. Shep in the number 2 spot. He'll start outside the front row. We'll see if we can step over here with tonight's pole sitter. The obligatory pick. We'll see if we can get a word with Jason Feger before he slides off. Final thoughts. Starting on the pole, the car was good in the heat race. What's going through your head? What's the thought process?
Only one way to go. Just don't screw it up. But to see how much work they do, I'd rather them keep it a little bit slower. But
it's hard to say. Ricky usually likes the farm, and he definitely doesn't want the rubber on us. I know that. So it should be a good race. A lot of good cars here tonight. The 32 is gonna be tough, and of course, Squirrel's been really fast here, and Garrett and Ricky. But car's been really good. Like I say, this usually isn't my best track, but we've been really good tonight, and we were pretty good last night testing. So that definitely gives me a lot of confidence. Obviously, got to thank Jeff Hoker for sponsoring me, putting this on. I got a lot of sponsors here tonight: Bobby Mitchell, Rosser Battery, Titan, Dynamic Drive Lines. Hope I'm not forgetting it, but we got a lot of sponsors here, so it sure would be nice to get them down here in Victory Lane.
By virtue of the redraw, he'll roll for the pole, the high side hustler, Jason Fager.
Well, great job down front, Jason Frummel, and well, there you go. So congratulations to Jason Fager, going to be on the pole. He was your champion 1 year ago. So, or excuse me, yeah, your champion 2 years in a row. So still to come, feature racing action, IMCA modified feature going to be up first. And then the Mars late model feature events here on Flow. Before we get all the feature action started, let's look at some of the upcoming AMSOIL Sprint Car National Championship USAC. AMSOIL National Sprint Car Paragon, April 4th. And then they head to Red Hill Raceway coming up on April 5th. The USAC AMSOIL National Sprints head to Lincoln Park Speedway on April 11th. And then on April 12th, they're headed to the Berg at Lawrenceburg Speedway. And then on May 2nd and 3rd, a big one there with the USAC AMSOIL National Sprints at Eldora Speedway, the legendary Eldora Speedway. Catch all the racing action live on Flow with the USAC AMSOIL National Sprint Series. So again, race fans, I tell you what, we got a ton of great sponsors here at Maquoketa, and of course with the Mars Late Model Championship Series, and a lot of great sponsors down front. Again, want to thank Pit Crew Barbecue, HD Equipment, C&J Trucking, D&E outside Services, and more. But I tell you what, one of those drivers, or one of the people that is very, very influential in the success of the Nippy 50 here, the second annual, man, and we have seen some awesome racing action here at Maquoketa. And one of those people that is very, very influential in the success is Mr. Hoker. Jason, take it away. You got him right down front.
Down here on the front straightaway with Jeff Hoker, Hoker Promotions, the ringleader of this gang of people that puts on this great event, the second annual running of the Nippy 50. All of these people help you, help us put on these great events, and we're going to give them an opportunity to get a little time.
Yeah, 100%. We can't put on these shows without all these sponsors. A lot of these guys have been here both years with us. We got a couple that couldn't make it, but I just want a round of applause for these guys. Without sponsors like this, we cannot do these shows. Without sponsors and the fans in the stands, I mean, we can't thank them enough. But if you guys give these guys a round of applause, they work hard. They give us their money to come down here and help us put on a show, so they deserve it. So I want to get them out here and show them some appreciation. I mean, they don't get a lot. They deserve that.
Hoker, you and I talked earlier today. You said with weather like this, the schedule the way it is for dirt late models in the nation right now, if we can't hit a lick here tonight, it ain't worth doing. I think we hit a lick. There's people here from stem to stern in this place.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the good Lord blessed us with some great weather all weekend. Tomorrow's going to be another great day, and we expect and we need the fans to come out. Man, they showed up, and we can't thank them enough to support this. Once again, it takes everybody. It takes the fans in the stands to get out here and support these events, and we put something on the line to do it. We believe in it, and obviously they believe in it too, and they love it. And by God, we'll be back next year and do it again. I promise.
There it is, folks. We'll be back next year. Give these guys a round of applause. Jeff Hoker, all of his friends, sponsors, and helpers here putting on the second annual Nippy 50 here at the Maquoketa Speedway.
Thank you very much, Jason. Before we go, I want to make sure and recognize them. Pit Crew Barbecue, HD Equipment, C&J Trucking, D&E Outside Services, 5-Star Shop Services, RLM Enterprises, Eastern Iowa Overhead Doors, Ascendance International, Fisher Farms, Century Services, Randy Davidson Trucking, Trix Utility Services, Hoosier Tires Midwest, McGimsey Trucking, Aid Medical Group, Elite Signs, Superior Glass and Mirror, Downtown Nutrition, Quality Lawn Care Service, and Canal Track Prep Team. And again, Fisher Farms, if I haven't mentioned them, we just saw them in that B-Main sponsoring $100 for third. So, man, just a great group, and congratulations to this promotion team, Jeff Hoker down there. And man, this event, this racing, we are going to see some awesome feature racing action coming up here at Maquoketa. All part of the opening night of the Nippy 50 right here on FloRacing. Come on back. We're going to have some great racing action when we return. All of it live. The Mars Championship Late Model Series opening weekend here at Maquoketa, the Nippy 50 on Flo. Welcome back, race fans, to Maquoketa Speedway, all part of the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Here again at Maquoketa, opening night of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services. Want to thank each and every one of you race fans. Continue to get that track set and ready to go. Here on Flow, want to take a look at some of the upcoming races here on Flow. Looks like we got awesome high limit series upcoming here on Flow. Kubota High Limit Racing at Vado Speedway Park coming up April 1st. 3 days later, April 4th, they head to Route 66 Motors Speedway. April 5th, we'll find them at Dodge City Raceway Park. And then coming up on April 30th, the Texarkana 67 Speedway. And then finally on May 1st, May Day at Texas Motor Speedway, the Stockyard Stampede, all with the Kubota High Limit Racing Series. Well, again, as they continue to get this racetrack ready, looks like our first feature event scheduled to be on the docket. The IMCA modified feature will roll 25 laps. It'll be followed by the Mars Super Late Model feature event, 40 laps, $10,000 to win. $1,000 to start, by the way. I don't know if Jeff mentioned that, but congratulations to Hoker and all the promotion team. $1,000 to start tonight, $2,000 to start tomorrow, $15,000 to win, and $2,000 to start tomorrow. So big money on the line. 44 late models here this evening, and hopefully they all stay for tomorrow as well. IMCA stock cars, 20-lap main event, and then bringing us home here on a Friday night will be the Sport Mod feature. And as Jason said, we got some great entertainment coming up later here on this Wednesday, Friday. Coming up as well, make sure here on Flow, get your cell phones out and get ready to scan this QR code. There it is. Man, look at that beautiful merch right there. Hopefully I'll be able to get some out at Eldora Speedway when I'm pit reporting for the Dirt Late Model Dream with Ben Shelton. Dustin and James, of course, it's going to be awesome. But, man, fuel your racing passion with all new merch. Shop for the holidays already. We could have Christmas in July or Christmas in December, whatever. But, man, that beautiful red Flow sweatshirt, that awesome T-shirt on a warm summer day, look good, look official at the racetrack. Fuel your passion for racing with brand new, all new Flow merch. Scan the QR code now. Start shopping for the holidays or whenever. Birthday gifts, it doesn't matter. Shop for yourself as well. Beautiful looking merch right there from Flow. Scan that QR code now. Just like I did, get one of those awesome sweatshirts. Good look at some of the things going on here at Maquoketa Speedway. Opening night, the Nippy 50. You can still see Mother Nature kind of whipping around out there, but man, Jason Frommel, we are set and ready to go. It is IMCA Modified Feature time. Take it away.
Thanks, buddy. You said it. The wind is still doing wind stuff. Modified stepping out onto the speedway for their main feature event here tonight. Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair, sponsored IMCA Modifieds. Lineup for your A-main going to look something similar to this. On the pole, it'll be racer Joe Henefeld out of Freeport, Illinois. His outside will be the 99M from Bettendorf, Charlie Moore. Row number 2 on the inside will be Jeffrey Bone Larson, Freeport, Illinois driver. His outside will be the 127 out of Pella. That's Drew Jansen. Row 3 on the inside, the 8 car out of Freeport is Jaden Fryer. To his outside, the 07 out of Bakersfield, California. That is TM3 Troy Morris III. Row number 4 to the inside, the 17C out of Muscatine, Shane Ferris. To his outside, it'll be the 1 junior out of Clarence, Little Benny Chapman. To his on the inside of row number 5, it'll be Mike Garland in the G1 out of Morris, Illinois. His outside, Cody Laney out of Torrance, California in 5L. Row number 6. On the inside, the 20 from Beaver Dams, Brandon Schmidt. The 11 out of Boone is Isaac Malakote. Row number 7 on the inside, it'll be Kyle Heckman out of Bakersfield in 11X. His outside of the D55 out of Rockford, Scotty Lemke. Spencer Dirks, Brendan the Young, Justin Ritchie, Matt Warner, Scott Woods. Start the field. Racer Joe looking for a jump, trying to run it high down the back straightaway, but here comes two-time track champion and IMCA national champion Bone Larson looking to take that V1 machine out of the way. Settling down. Moore and Fryer working out third, fourth spots. Shane Paris 3 wide. The 33 and Joe Hiefeld. Troy Morris the third. Working hard behind the race leader, the V1 out front getting away. Good battle rocking about. Drew Jansen charging Charlie Moore. On a banana peel right in the center of the speedway. Two cars had to split him. Your race leader Bone Larson sneaks around unabated as we see that Midwest Sheet Metal caution flag wiggle for the first time here. Our Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modified A main. Racer Joe Hedefeld, your cause for the pause. Slipped out from under him down there in turns 1 and 2. That'll bring out the caution.
Yep, Jason, we need to thank Trix Utility Service, that caution flag sponsor. Also a big sponsor of the mods this weekend, Superior Glass and Mirror. And again, Trix Utility Services sponsoring our caution flag.
So we'll rack them up, we'll stack them up, we'll try them again. The final 9-lap stanza. This 25-lap A-main feature for your Ascendance Truck and Trailer Repair IMCA Modified. I want to thank those guys for bringing out that International HX day cab truck here belonging to Simple M Trucking out of Monona, Iowa. We'll double them up 2x2 behind your race leader in B1, former track champion, former IMCA Modified National Champion in 2020. Caution light remains on. $16 scored into the books, 16 down, 9 laps to go. First of 4 official pay money races. Night number 1 of the Nippy 50 here at Maquoketa Speedway, brought to you by D&E Outside Services. We go caution lights out down the back straightaway. We'll be set to go back under the green with Bone Larson, bringing us back to the green flag. Larson with a whole shot, gonna lead the way down through turns 1 and 2. Jansen will sneak up to the number 2 spot. Here comes Shane Harris. He'll ride into 3rd. Charging Charlie Moore sits in the 4th spot. TM3 looking about to charge. Battle here behind your race leader, Bone Larson, as we hustle him down the back straightaway. Chancing up with the number 2 spot, side by side. Down on the bottom as he'll sneak up to the number 2 spot. Here comes Shane Paris, making his first A-main start in that IMCA Modified. 6 laps to go this top 5. Straight away, it'll be 5 fingers high up in the wind this time by 20 scored, 5 laps to go. Larson, leader Paris led on Troy Morris the 3rd, rides 4th in 07M, and Charging Charlie Moore trying to hang on to that final spot inside of the top 5. We've got trouble. Once again, the Trix Utility caution out down for the 98 of Jacob Snyder, the 72 of Justin Ritchie, and the 2M of Mueller, all stopped down in the center of turns 3 and 4. "17 good ones, no caution." Working with our second caution flag of the event. 20 laps scored in the books, 20 down, 5 laps to go. Looks like everybody going to drive away under their own power down there in turns 3 and 4. Minor scuffle. Mike Garland's going to take G1 to the fence. Snyder and Ritchie getting along down the front straightaway. Exchanging insurance information. And just like that, we'll double them up behind your race leader. B1 Hot Rod. Brand new race car, made a debut last night of practice. Turned some screws on her, and here she is out front leading the way. Performer race cars, your top 2 spots on the grid as she goes. Jansen in the 127, a Rage Hot Rod. So we'll click off the caution light and get set to go back under the green. 5-lap dash for cash here. Nippy 50, night number 1. Modified A main feature. Bone Larson, B1. Bring this back down to the green. It's waving. Looking to squeal and peel the top side, trying to run it high. Here comes Paris, trying to get a look at the inside. We'll go side by side down into turns 3 and 4. This time by it'll be 4 laps to go. Who leads in the stripe? It'll be Paris, the better corner down in turns 1 and 2. Larson looking to rebuttal down the back straightaway. He will. They'll go hub to hub down into 3 and 4. Now Paris back to the inside. Larson rolling the high side of the speedway. The leader, survey says. Down the back straightaway. Larson and Paris side by side. Jansen, Morris, and Moore, your top 5 cars to go. Oh, Larson, many a feature winner here at Maquoketa Speedway. This one, maybe the sweetest of all. 1 lap to go. Separate your top 2 cars one final time into 3 and 4. Bone has to set her down. Just Weaven Larson, your winner. Just like that, we'll wrap up Modified E main feature event. Great race, great run, top 5 cars. You could have covered them up with a blanket at any point. We'll get this brand new hot rod down into the infield. ABC Supply Company, GAF, Randy's Electric, TradingPaints.com, ABC Supply Company, they're on there again. Bader Seal Coat, Consilla Concrete, all sponsors. On the B1 machine, former track champion, 2020 IMCA National Champion. Brand new performer race car making its debut here tonight. Shedding off the safety paraphernalia, covering up a bad haircut. He's out of the car. We can hear you. How about it for Bone Larson? Bone, I feel like we've done this victory lane in Maquoketa a time or two. Brother, you got some emotions going through you. Talk to me.
Trying to hold it together. Put this forward because right here, I lost my dad 7 years ago today. This one's hitting bad, man. I miss him so much, but he's the only reason I'm here. Him and PJ and, you know, TC boys too, man. I made one of the hardest decisions I ever made in my life over the winter, and there ain't no hard feelings with them guys, man. They're my family still, and damn, I miss you, Dad.
How about it, race fans? Let him hear it one more time. We love him just as much as he loves everybody else. Bone Larson, your feature winner.
Good shit, bro.
Well, congratulations and an emotional win, and what a way to get the Nippy 50 started here on a Friday night. What a race. He kept it together, working that top shelf, and man, congratulations to Bone Larson. $1,000. Congratulations, Maquoketa. Let him hear it one more time. Well, looks like some track prep going on. Mars Championship late model feature is coming up next Opening night of the Nippy 50. 40 laps, $10,000 to win, $1,000 to start. It's presented by D&E Outside Services. The Mars Championship Late Model Series opener. Maquoketa Nippy 50. Oh man, it's gonna be a good one. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned right here on Flow. Features coming up next. Welcome back, race fans, to Maquoketa for the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Opening night of the Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. Once again, the FK Rod-Ins Mars Championship Late Model Series as we get set and ready to go, putting the finishing touches on Maquoketa Speedway as we get set and ready to go. I want to thank some quick sponsors with the Mars Championship Late Model Series like Elliott's Custom Trailer and Carts, Dyer's Top Rods. Also want to thank Racing Electronics, Hoosier Racing Tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel, sponsoring our Rookie of the Year, Pontiac RV, sponsoring Heat Race #1, the All-Star Performance Start Zone. Also tonight's winner of $10,000 will go to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane. Here with the Mars Championship Late Model Series, thank you to Driscoll Motors, the official dealership of the Mars Dirt Series. MD3 will sponsor our Hard Charger Award here tonight. Thank you to Fairbury Fastener and Supply there in Fairbury, Illinois. Digital Copy Systems, Whalen Engineering, Burt Transmission by Buddha. Thank you to Fast Shafts, Rimtech Enterprises. Willwood Brakes will sponsor our Hard Luck Award, the 22nd finisher here tonight. Wares Machine and Racing Products, Kaiser Manufacturing, Varsity Screen Printing, also in Fairbury. And tonight, the Woods Basement Work Area. Jason Frummel be out there in the Woods Basement Work Area reporting anything that happens out there. The official basement contractor of the Mars Late Model Championship Series. Also make sure, and before you head home tonight, tomorrow, get yourself some Mars apparel from Trackside Racewear. Thank you to Neil and the gang, everybody at Hooker Harness, because hookers save lives. Quick Car Racing Products, Messia Valley Transportation, Allgaier Performance, and our brand new sponsors like Midwest Sheet Metal as well, sponsoring all the caution flags. And coming up at our next event, our point leader will be sporting the Candy Apple Red Midwest Sheet Metal spoiler. We'll really look forward to that. So coming up, the feature racing action. But before we get to that, some more great racing coming up here on Flow. Let's check out that schedule maybe from the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Oh, I hope James Essex is tuned in here tonight. Oh, man, what a season they're having. The Melvin L. Joseph Memorial out east at Georgetown Speedway, April 25th. And then April 26th, they head to Hagerstown Speedway. Not even going to attempt that 50, but head to Hagerstown on April 26th. Battle in the Borough, Port Royal, April 27th. That's going to be a good one. And then the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series heads to Circle City Raceway, May the 2nd. And then the 39th annual Ralph Latham Memorial at the awesome Florence Speedway. Big shout out to my good buddy Josh King and everybody at Florence Speedway. Always an awesome race. The 39th edition of the Ralph Latham Memorial with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. You can see track prep continuing on. And man, oh man, we are going to have an awesome feature, 40-lap feature event. Man, there's a great way to watch Flow Racing. Make sure and check out Your Sports Are Better on the Big Screen with Connected TV, available now on Roku, Android TV, Apple TV, and Fire TV. How about it? The Flow Racing app, Connected TV. Your sports are better, bigger on the big screen. Flow Sports, Connected TV. Again, available now. Download the Flow app on Roku, Android TV, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Well, you see the farming continue. They're going to get this track in awesome shape. I tell you what, Maquoketa Speedway does it right. The opening night of the Nippy 50. Who's it going to be? You don't want to go anywhere. Feature actions coming up, 40 laps, $10,000 to win. The opening night, Nippy 50 with the Mars Championship Late Model Series presented D&E Outside Services. We're going to be right back. Feature racing action coming up once again here at Maquoketa. I'll be right back.
Kubota High Limit Season 2 is here. The dirt track series that shook the world is back. Bigger, faster, and ready to make history. It all begins under the bright lights of Sin City. Catch up with Dirt Season 2 on Flow March 13th. Join Brad Sweet, Tyler Courtney, and the biggest names in dirt racing as they battle for glory and take fans along for the wildest ride of the year. From the first green flag to the epic finale, High Limit is more than racing, it's a movement.
Welcome back, race fans, to the opening night of the second edition of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services for the Mars Late Model Championship Series, powered by FK Rod Ends, as we are set, ready to go 40 laps, $10,000 on the line. So we get set and ready to go. What do you say, great state of Iowa? The first of several nights here with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. If I say your favorite driver, make sure and cheer loud for him. Here's your lineup for the opening night of the Nippy 50. Jason Fager out of Bloomington, Illinois. The high side us are going to be on the pole and alongside Hunter New Berlin in B5. How about a race fans for Brandon Shepard? Right number 2, the smooth operator in 32. It'll be Bobby Pierce. And it was outside. He swept the weekend a year ago with the World of Outlaws right here at Maquoketa. It's 3S, the Squirrel, Brian Shirley. The Reaper at 19R, Ryan Gustin. And Justin Duty, your 2024 Rookie of the Year, pick up row number 3. Row 4 will find Las Cruces, New Mexico's Garrett Albertson at 58. And how about it on Carpentersville at 28, the one-man band, Dennis Erb. Row 5, starting 9th and 60, to be Dan Ebert. And it was outside at 24 out of El Paso, Ryan Unzicker. Starting 11th, Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona, and 11G, the G-Man, Gordy Gundaker. Starting in 13th, the Moequa Missile at 18, Shannon Babb. And alongside out of Benton, Kentucky, in car number 96, how about it for Tanner English? Run number 8, 15 starter, Chris Simpson at 32 to his outside out of Fairview Heights, Illinois, in car number 10. How about it for Darren Klein? We got a run number 9, 25 out of Mount Vernon, Iowa, Chad Simpson, and starting 18, 38T out of Orchid, California, Dylan Thornton. Starting 19th, row number 10, in 56 out of Lebanon, Missouri, Tony Jackson Jr. And to his outside, out of Peru, Illinois, in car number 75, it's Daniel Adam. And our provisional starters finishing 4th a year ago in the Mars Championship Late Model Series in 4G, the Pink Panther Bob Gardner to his outside. And the Doug Curlis in car number 99 out of Fairbury, the Reaper, starting 22nd, McKay Winger. 22 cars, 40 laps, $10,000 the opening night of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services. Set and ready to go. Jason Frummel, Mike Norris, right here at Maquoketa. Well, who's it going to be? You've seen some awesome heat race action. Send it down in the infield. Jason Frummel, who you got here tonight?
Well, call it shooting fish in a barrel, but it's really tough to vote against the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce. I'll take him inside of row number 2.
Well, we'll see what the 32 can do. I tell you what, he swept the weekend with the World of Outlaws. He's got all kinds of experience. Here at Maquoketa, give me the Squirrel, Brian Shirley in 3S. So I'll take Shirley. You got Pierce. Tiffany, who else do we got? You took Brandon Shepard is gone, so Tiffany takes Brandon Shepard. So Fager from the pole, Brandon Shepard alongside Bobby Pierce, Brian Shirley, Ryan Gustin, Justin Duty, Garrett Albertson, Dennis Erb. First 4 rows. Race fans, are you ready? The opening night of the Nippy 50, it's 800 horsepower, fire-breathing, mudslinging, ground-pounding cars and superstars of the Mars Championship Late Model Series from the All-Star Performance Start Zone. 40 laps, 10 grand, we're green. Jason Fager gonna roll out to the early race lead, but here comes Brandon Shepard around the outside. What a heat race he had. He fell back a little bit, but he came back and ends up on the front row, and he's going to lead lap number 1 here on a Friday night at Maquoketa. Brandon Shepard, Jason Fager up front, and it'll be Bobby Pierce, Brian Shirley, Justin Duty, your top 5. Working lap number 2, Fager again will work to the inside, but Brandon Shepard looking good in B5, that rocket XR1. Here comes Pierce now. Pierce going to try to run down Jason Fager for position number 2. They work side by side through the field. Brandon Shepard going to lead another lap. Quickly, 3 in the books, 37 to go. Brian Shirley, Bobby Pierce duke it out for third. There's a good look at that battle for third. Brian Shirley going to dive. Well, he's going to work right through the middle of the speedway. They'll try to track down second running Jason Fager. Fager second, Pierce third, Shirley fourth, Ryan Gustin fifth. Garrett Emerson, Justin Duty has slid back to seventh. Then Dennis Urban will keep our eyes on Ricky Thornton and Dan Ebert trying to hold down that 10th spot. And they went out, reworked the racetrack, and we'll see as it takes a little bit to slick off here. Setting times in the low 14, late 13, 13.979. Fastest lap for Brandon Shepard. Ryan Gustin going to feel pressure from the 58 of Garrett Alberson. That's a battle for that 5th spot. Shepard continues to show the way. Then it's Fager, Pierce, Shirley, and then this battle, Gustin and Garrett Alberson. Ryan Gustin going to work to the outside. Garrett Alberson going to dive down to the inside, looking to go door to door for P5. As they work into 3 and off into turn number 4. Still side by side, Gustin upstairs. Garrett Alberson down low. Fager, Pierce, Shirley right in front of them. And Ryan Gustin, but feeling the heat from the 58 of Garrett Alberson. Duty, Erb, Thornton, and Ebert still round out your top 10. We get into heavy lap traffic coming up. Here is this battle behind your top 5 heating up as well. Justin Duty, Dennis Erb, and a Ricky Thornton Jr. But now Brandon Shepard going to have to deal with the back of the field. Good 3-car battle there. That is for 7th, 8th, and 9th. We'll double box it as Shepard trying to put a lap on McKay Winger. As they work off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway. 11 in, 29 to go. Opening night of the Nippy 50. Duty, Erb, and a Ricky Thornton Jr. battle. Nearly 3 wide for position number 7. As Shepard got a tiptoe through lap traffic. As the first car to go lap down is McKay Winger. But it allows Fager and Shirley as that battle heats up for P2. Down the back straightaway. Brandon Shepard showing the way. On that outside, whoa, and he shoves the nose. Here comes Fager, Shirley, and Pierce, and all of a sudden we got a race here on a Friday night in the great state of Iowa. Down the back straightaway as they try to tiptoe through lap traffic. Almost went off the back straightaway. Pierce now going to go to third. Got his sights set on Brian Shirley. Fager slips up a bit on the high side, and he might be in trouble. Your points champion 2 years in a row has brought out the Midwest Sheet Metal Caution. Oh man, a heartbreak for the high side hustler. Working on that high side over in 3 and 4. And man, he caught something there, and that car pitched sideways. We're going to check out the replay here on Flow, exactly what happened to the high side hustler. There he is up on the high side. Pierce down to his inside. And right about here, man, he catches a rut. And just goes off the front straightaway and just shuts the car down. Keeps it running, but enough to bring out our Midwest Sheet Metal Caution. First of the event. He'll have to go to the tail. We'll see if McKay Winger was, in fact, 1 lap down. See if he slides in front of McKay Winger. So, man, your champion 2 years running going to be behind the 8 ball early on in this 2025 season after a promising heat race run. Now going to have to try to work his way through the back of the field and towards the front. So with 14 in the books, 26 remaining, it's Shepard, Shirley, Pierce, Gustin, Alberson, and then Dennis Erb, Ricky Thornton, Justin Duty, Dan Ebert, and Ryan Unzicker going to be your top 10. Again, we follow along on my race pass. I think Brandon Shepard may be pointing out. You can see some our good friend Jacques Debris has visited us over there in turn number 1. So some debris over there in turn 1. They'll get that cleaned up. Thank you to everybody. Our brand new sponsor, Midwest Sheet Metal. Thanks to all the Mars Championship Late Model Series sponsors. We're going to get a shot of that debris. Wow, there it is. Okay, so you can see kind of that high side kind of coming apart a little bit there. Going to make it interesting for those guys running on that high side. Just like some of the bull rings we go to in the Midwest, man. You can really win it up on that high side, but man, sometimes you can wear it up on that high side. And unfortunately, Jason Fager over there in turn 3 wore it. And he'll have to try to rally back through the field and get some points here. We'll see at the end where he shakes down. Good run for Bobby Pierce as we go to the Delaware double file restart. Brandon Shepard out front. And Brian Shirley in that second spot chooses inside, but he gives Bobby Pierce the outside. Gustin and Alberson behind of them. 14 in, 26 laps remain. It looks like we'll go green next time by. See if Ricky Thornton Jr. is a player in this. He was your Saturday night winner 1 year ago. Unzicker, Gundaker as well. So we'll get you the movers and shakers here thanks to My Race Pass. Looks like Ricky Thornton Jr.'s gained 3 spots from 11th to 8th right now. The hard charger. Again, Shepard, Shirley, Pierce, Gustin, your top 4. We go back to green from the All-Star Performance start zone. 26 remain. Opening night of the Nippy 50 here at Maquoketa. Bobby Pierce looking to go around Brian Shirley for that runner-up spot. A little contact down the back straightaway. Shirley and Pierce. Shirley on the bottom. Pierce upstairs. Going to get a good run off turn number 4. Now Shirley going to move in on Brandon Shepard. Here comes my pick. Brian Shirley for the race lead. Shepard going to hold him off. Boy, Brian Shirley looks good down there on the inside. Shepard's there. Pierce trying to go by them both. Gets into that hole that cost Jason Fager. Battle for the race lead now. Here comes Brian Shirley. Shirley for the lead over in turns 1 and 2. Yes, momentarily. Brandon Shepard right back. They're going to work side by side as they work into 3 and off at turn 4. Will Brian Shirley officially lead at the line? Not yet. Shirley on the bottom. Now Pierce going to join him on the bottom as well. Brandon Shepard upstairs in that B5 down the back straightaway. Looking for a $10,000 haul here in the great state of Iowa. Shirley, Shepard, Pierce, 3 Illinois boys going at it on a Friday night. Brian Shirley still second. Shepard, the crossover down the back straightaway. Does Shirley let him in? Yes, he does. Brandon Shepard going to have the race lead. Shirley second. Pierce third. Gustin's fourth. Ricky Thornton Jr. up to 5th. 21 to go. A good one here at Maquoketa. Shirley to the outside of Pierce. Pierce looks for second down the back straightaway. Keep our eyes on this battle up front. Good 3-dog battle for the top spot. Again, RTJ to 5th. On the move. Now we could have a good battle for the race lead down the back straightaway. Brandon Shepard down to the inside. Brian Shirley, the squirrel, trying to find a $10,000 nut up at turn number 4. They're dead even. Give the lead to Brian Shirley. Shirley looking for 4 in a row in the Mars Championship Late Model Series. He's got the race lead down the back straightaway. Shepard back to second. Pierce third. 4th, Gustin. 5th, Ricky Thornton Jr. Things heating up here in Iowa. Shirley, Shepard, Pierce going to give it all he's got. And the, well, Midwest Sheet Metal caution is out. So, man, I thought something may have happened to Bobby Pierce. We got problems with Simpson. Yep, Chad Simpson on the back straightaway. Caution is out for the 25. Chad Simpson on the back straightaway. Well, Maquoketa, how about this battle for the race lead? Man, it delivered in the heat races, and now it delivers in the feature. What a race so far. How many root for Brian Shirley? How many root for Brandon Shepard? Could it be Bobby Pierce's night? Ricky Thornton up to 5th. Well, we got some action down in the Woods Basement work area. Jason Frummel, you are down there. Looks like the 25 is Simpson down there.
Not sure what the ailment is or what's called. The tire is up, but he's taking a new right rear Hoosier on the 25 car. Multiple people from multiple crews taking a gander here, jumping in to help out. Tire's still good, or at least holding air, but they're going to opt to take a new right rear here for the closing laps of this one. No other adjustments. Looks like it's just going to be a new right rear Hoosier, maybe taking off a wheel spacer. Oh, that's it. They're going to put the same tire back on, just getting rid of a wheel spacer. They're trying to free the car up just a little bit.
Thank you very much, Jays. We get set, ready to go back to green. 18 laps to go, 10 grand on the line. Brian Shirley looking for 4 in a row. Looking for 3 in a row at Maquoketa, 4 in a row in the Mars Championship Late Model Series. Maybe I have to deal with Bobby Pierce down the back straightaway. Uh-oh, 32 flexing his muscles. Down the front straightaway, looking to go back-to-back here at Maquoketa. He was your winner last Friday. Now he's got, or excuse me, the year ago on Friday night. He's got the race lead. Brian Shirley takes it back. What a race here at Maquoketa. Pierce, Shirley. Oh, and Shirley just about got to the back of Pierce as he slides across his nose. Shirley trying to return the favor, but he can't. The 32 is out front. Here in the great state of Iowa, looking for win number 7 on 2025. Shirley second, Shepard third, fourth Thornton, fifth Alberson. Bobby Pierce up on that high side, and there he goes into the Iowa sunset, extending his race lead. Now the battle's shaping up for that runner-up spot as Pierce has got the lead. Caution is out, Midwest Sheet Metal caution over in turns 1 and 2. Man, on that restart, Bobby Pierce not holding anything back. Problems for Daniel Adam in 75, and got some smoke coming out of the back of the 24 of Ryan Unzicker. So, man, our champion a year ago was Fager. Runner-up 2 years in a row, or excuse me, our champion 2 years in a row was Jason Fager. Runner-up 2 years in a row was Ryan Unzicker, and he has got smoke coming out of the back of that 24, and you can see Simpson trying to tell him. Yeah, giving the stinky signal. That was. And 24 may be in trouble as series official Matt Curl giving it a look. Car's still running. I think it was overheated. He just shut the thing down, so he's going to roll the infield. Obviously some sort of leak, fluid maybe on the header, but Jason, he's headed your way. We'll see if you can grab an update here. I'll keep an eye on the flagman. We'll see if we give him the 1 to go signal, but it looks like Ryan Unzicker's night might be over. So, man, first the champion, and now the runner-up here on the Mars Championship Late Model Series. And if we can get a report, it looks like the helmet is off, so we'll have to send Jason over there. Maybe he can get a report to see what happened on the 24 of Ryan Unzicker. See Gordy Gundaker is down there as well, talking to KG. So Gundaker is out of this event as well. 15 remain, $10,000 on the line. 1,000 just to start. Good money here. Jason, go ahead.
So we're down here with the El Paso Express. Ryan, what happened?
The motor's running fine. The gauges look good, but they're telling me there's a bunch of smoke. And, you know, first race of the year, these darn things cost too much money to be blowing them up. You know, I was running 9th, 10th, 11th, somewhere in there, so not worth it, you know. Bad for points tonight, but we'll move on.
Shut her down and live to play another day. Ryan Unzicker done for the night.
Hopefully we'll see him tomorrow night. From the restart zone, Bobby Pierce has got the race lead now with 15 to go. We'll see if everybody can run him down. Brian Shirley down on the inside. Brandon Shepard going to work the outside. Shippy going to go to second now. Here comes Garrett Alberson on the restart. The Las Cruces, New Mexico driver looking to go 3 wide with Shirley, Shepard, Pierce. There they are, turn number 4. Shepard going to go to second, Shirley to third. Alberson going to dig down to the inside of Brian Shirley for P4. Behind them, it's Ricky Thornton Jr. and Tanner English. English has moved through the field. Good night for the 96. We'll keep our eyes on this battle. Garrett Alberson, Brian Shirley for third. Ricky Thornton Jr. flexing his muscles. Here comes RTJ in the late stages of this one. 12 to go. It's Bobby Pierce showing the way. But this battle for third's a good one. Give it to Alberson, Shirley, and Thornton. Good racing action continues here at Maquoketa. Opening night of the Nippy 50 brought to you by D&E Outside Services. Bobby Pierce has the race lead. Brandon Shepard second, but things are heating up again for the runner-up position. We'll talk to our top three. It's Shepard, Shirley, Thornton to fourth. And now 58 of Garrett Albertson slips back to fifth. Down on the inside is Shirley. Battle for second. Here comes Thornton. Thornton gonna cross over Brian Shirley. Surprise, Ricky Thornton is here. Pierce and Thornton ran 1-2 a year ago, or excuse me, Thornton won the feature on Saturday night. Pierce won the feature on Friday night. Could it be the same thing here in 2025? Bobby Pierce out to a 2.7 second advantage over second running Brandon Shepard. But this battle for third's a good one. Brian Shirley, Ricky Thornton Jr. trying to run down Brandon Shepard in the closing laps, less than 10. 7 to go. The smooth operator sailing away into the eastern Iowa skies on a Friday night. D&E Outside Services Nippy 50. Good battle for third. Ricky Thornton Jr. gonna slide. Brandon Shepard, I apologize for second. Give RTJ second. Brandon Shepard back to third. And now the two best drivers in the country running 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, can Ricky Thornton Jr. run down Bobby Pierce? Pierce on the high side, so is Ricky Thornton Jr. Now third running Brian Shirley. Oh, we got a problem. Ricky Thornton Jr. jumped the cushion over at turn 4 and allows Garrett Alberson to close him in. Brandon Shepard slides across the nose, of Ricky Thornton Jr. Good battle for the runner-up spot. Brandon Shepard, Ricky Thornton Jr. Ricky Thornton Jr. back to second. I apologize, Brandon Shepard. Side by side now, good action for second. 4-second lead for Bobby Pierce, but this action 4-second was good. Thornton slipped off the top and allowed Shepard, Shirley to gather him in, but he's pulling away again. The only thing I think that'll help him at this point is a caution. 3 to go. Down the back straightaway, Bobby Pierce will find 3 laps to go, looking to repeat from 1 year ago. The smooth operator on the left side of your screen, that battle for third, fourth, fifth. Pierce, Thornton, Shepard, Shirley, Alberson, Gustin, English, Tony Jackson Jr. Dylan Thornton might be your hard charger. He's 9th and Dan Ebert 10th. White flag, 1 to go. The final lap here on a Friday night at Maquoketa. The Nippy 50 presented by D&E Outside Services. Night number 1, a repeat, 32. Bobby Pierce picks up $10,000 at Maquoketa in the Mars Late Model Championship Series. Second will go to Ricky Thornton. Third will go to Brandon Shepard. Fourth will go to Brian Shirley. And fifth will go to Garrett Alberson. And he slipped off the top a little bit there on the last lap, but he got the job done. 7th win of 2025 comes right here at Maquoketa. Bobby Pierce gets the job done. Ricky Thornton Jr. second. Brandon Shepard, we'll talk to our top 3. He comes home third. Shirley 4th, Alberson 5th. English, Gustin, Tony Jackson Jr., Dylan Thornton, and Dan Ebert, your top 10. Good run for Dan Ebert as he comes home in 10th. Well, there's your feature winner pulling up on the scales. As we'll let him thank some of those awesome sponsors as well. Man, good racing action throughout the whole event there. And Bobby Pierce doing Bobby Pierce things. Doesn't matter what state, where he's at. He gets the job done once again. Another week, another Bobby Pierce win in car number 32. As we await after the official droop check, we'll make sure everything's okay. Again, in that Longhorn chassis, Vic Hill powered. Low Voltage Solutions, Churchill Transport, Cowens Brothers Towing, Mesilla Valley Transport, Rio Grande Waste Service, Carnegie, Towing, Fast One Speed Shop, and Toyota Danville. It's official. Ladies and gentlemen, how about it for the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce, your winner. What a race. Iowa, tip of the cap. Night number 1 of the Nippy 50. As they like to say, a banger. That was a good one. We'll get the trophy girls down there, $10,000, and the opener of the Mars Championship Late Model Series. So 7th feature win of 2025 comes right here at Maquoketa. How about it? Opening night winner of the Nippy 50 goes back-to-back, the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce. Jason, down to you.
Bobby, 2 years in a row, the Nippy 50, you kick it off with a big win. Man, this thing was good in the close.
Yeah, it was. You know, I think we're the only one out there on that tire, and it was a good call, but your car was pretty good. I about lost it there at the end. I hit that hole. There was a pretty big hole forming, and just how you hit it, you know, your car bounced one way or the other, and I bottomed out in it bad that last lap. I think because I drove it too cautiously, really, so then it made me mess up, and my right side tires were hanging over the edge, and yeah, if someone was close enough to me, they definitely would have passed me. So we got lucky we held on to that one, and yeah, just awesome come here and get this win tonight. Gives us some good momentum for tomorrow.
How important is it to come in here on night number 1, put good laps, have good speed, and have a little bit of momentum going through?
It's really nice. Obviously, we didn't practice the other night, and I felt like our car's been pretty good lately. No sense of putting more laps on the motor and stuff like that. So we didn't practice, but obviously that always worries you a little bit, you know, when other cars are going to have an upper hand on you on laps on the track, and didn't seem to affect us one bit. The car was great. Got to thank my guys, Bob, Justin, Austin, Brad, Abby, and my mom are here this weekend. Just shout out to everyone, all my sponsors that are let this thing happen. You know, can't do without them. Low Voltage Solutions, Churchill Transport, Mesiva Transportation, Rio Grande Waste Services, Collins Brothers Towing, Carnegie Towing and Auto Repair, Fast One Speed Shop, Toyota Danville, Burke Transmissions by Buddha, American Racing Wheels, Fast Shafts. They've helped me out a bunch lately. Floyd's Waste Systems, VP Fuels, Bilstein Shocks, Longhorn Dynamics, Longhorn Chassis, Go Lithium Batteries, everyone, man, thank you.
She was dialed in here tonight, picking up night number 1 of the Nippy 50, the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce.
Well, congratulations, Bobby Pierce. Jason, he goes from 11th to 2nd. How about it? Ladies and gentlemen, 20 RT on the podium tonight. 11th to 2nd. How about it for Ricky Thornton Jr. and 20 RT? So again, what a run. We'll talk to our podium finishers. And you see Jonathan Clayton down there. Again, 11th to 2nd. Man, what a run for the 20 RT here tonight. How about it for Ricky Thornton Jr.? Jason's got him down there.
Down here with 2nd place finisher Ricky Thornton Jr. Ricky, you had a win last year on Saturday night of the Nippy 50. Did any of that experience help you out here tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, just the track was kind of about the same, really, as far as it being slick, where the holes were and stuff like that. Obviously, these guys that worked their butt off, it's probably about the best racetrack we're going to have, whether it was early in the night or now. Obviously, Feger passing us in the heat race was kind of an honor for us. Put us starting 11th, but I feel like to get 2nd, we had a really good car. I about gave it away at 3 or 4 to go. I could see him just kind of riding behind the lap car, so I tried to charge a little bit harder and got over the top, got high centered. I thought our night was pretty much done after that, but got to thank everyone at Kohler Motorsports. They're busting their butts. We've been doing good. Night Companies, Coltman Farms, Hoker Trucking. Obviously, Jeff and Penny Hoker, they do a lot for a lot of race teams. So to put on a show like this and have the fan turnout that it is and the car count, and it's pretty special.
Rumor on the street, you're making your address back to the Hawkeye State.
We're searching. If we can find a house out here, we'll buy it.
Right on 2nd place, Ricky Thornton Jr.
Well, the man just to his right led some laps, and man, what a feature he had. A good night and a good start to the B5. Probably not going to be happy about 3rd, but he's got a good car, and he'll have a good shot to win tomorrow night. How about it For the B5, Brandon Shepard coming home third.
Shep, you had a good piece here tonight, just not quite good enough. What do you got to do for tomorrow?
I don't know. I definitely, I never thought that that cushion was going to stay that good. So I felt like my car was pretty good. I was maneuverable. Like I said, Shirley was passing me in the bottom there a little bit, and I wasn't really driving the top right. And then once Bobby passed me, I seen where he was running at, and I was able to get up there and do that. But I would still slip a little bit off the corner. So just got to work on this thing a little bit more. The guys been working their tails off, gave me a great race car. Can't thank my dad and my grandpa and my great crew and all my family and Rocket Chassis and Valvoline and all the great sponsors on this thing for sticking behind me and supporting me through the rough times. And we're trying to get better, and we're inching closer towards the front. So
she was good. She'll be better tomorrow. Brandon Shepard of the B5 coming home in the number 3 spot.
Top 3.
Got a whole bucket full of 50-50. We're going to take it over and have our feature winner draw the 50-50 winner. $840. That's the take. $840 going to be your take home tonight for the 50-50. We'll have Bobby pull the lucky winner. Pull her out. Well, those two aren't winning. All right, there it is. 711-699. 711-699. It's on an orange ticket. It's good enough for $840. I think you can pick that up under the beer stand.
We'll get it in the beer barn.
It'll be at the beer barn. 711-699. We'll get that posted to all the social media. 711-699 orange ticket. You can pick that up at the beer barn.
They have to have their ticket with them.
You got to have your ticket. Don't try to pull no fast ones.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, as you get set and ready to go for our next feature event. A couple of more things I want to add here. Thank you to all our awesome sponsors, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Victory Lane, MD3 Hard Charger Award goes 19th to 8th. How about at Lebanon, Missouri? Tony Jackson Jr. Tony Jackson Jr. goes 19th to 8th. Ricky Thornton Jr. went 11th to 2nd. Dylan Thornton went 18 to 9. So a couple of drivers went 9 spots, but Tony Jackson Jr. goes 19th to 8th. Once again, he is our MD3 Hard Charger. Hard Luck Award 22nd place finisher was Gordy Gundaker. Gordy Gundaker is the Willwood Brakes Hard Luck Award 22nd place finisher. Thank you to Woods Basement Work Area. Make sure and grab some Mars apparel from Trackside Racewear. And again, thank you to all our awesome sponsor with the Mars Championship Late Model Series. And again, title sponsor for Stock Cars Quality Lawn Care Service still to come. And 2 more great features on the docket. Coming up, we got IMCA Stock Cars, as I mentioned, and then the Sport Mod feature going to go 15 laps. The action continues here at Maquoketa. Opening night of the Nippy 50. Congratulations. Back-to-back, the 32 smooth operator, Bobby Pierce. What a show here at Maquoketa. We still got some great feature action right here. Come on back on Flow. Opening night of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services with the Mars Racing Championship Series, presented by FK Roddage. We'll be right back with 2 more great features right here on Flow.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to the conclusion. Night number 1 of the Nippy 50. Stock cars making their way out onto the speedway. The lineup is going to look something similar to this. On the pole to be Damon Murdy in 99B. To his outside, Milan Missile, Drew Burke in 77W. Row 2 on the inside, Dallin Murdy in 99X. To his outside, it'll be the M80 out of Montello, Wisconsin. That's Kenny Richards. Row number 3 to the inside, the 28 from Muscatine's Greg Gill. The K9 from Little Swamico, Wisconsin's Tyler Wilson. 4th row to the inside, it'll be Gage Neal out of Anamosa, Iowa in 12. And to his outside, Brandon Vorback from right here in the big city in the B78. Row number 5 on the inside, the Iceman Dustin Biss out of Martell in 20V. To his outside, Mike Vandermark Jr. in 26V. He comes from Cedar Springs, Michigan. Row number 6 on the inside, it'll be Beaver Dam, Wisconsin's Brandon Schmidt, 20S. To his outside will be the 23W out of Wilton Keegan Wells. Row number 7 on the inside, Chase Aruba in 27Z, Jeff Bone Larson in 21. Row number 8, it'll be Vern Jackson out of Waterloo in 64. In the hometown kid in 72, Jake Ellithorpe. Row number 9 on the inside, Mitchell Evans out of Dubuque in 8E. To his outside, the 7Z from Erie, Illinois, Clay Hockaday. Row number 10 on the inside, it'll be Scooter Newland in 3T. To his outside, it'll be Matt Perry out of West Liberty in 27. Cody Miles and Jeremy Campbell going to start side by side in the final double file row. Zach Marg out of Appleton, Wisconsin, going to be your final starter here tonight as we get set to go. 20 laps the distance, the Class 2 Tough to Tame, the IMCA stock cars coming to life for the All-Star Performance Start Zone. We're going to lead us all in the first set of turns. It'll go 3 wide for the number 2 spot. Quicker they can go down the back straightaway. Good the battle. Kenny Richards going to slide back into the number 3 spot. The Milan Missile. Drew Burke trying to hang on. Jackson's going down to turns 3 and 4 up in Trouble for Vern Jackson's 64 machine. She's got a fluid trail leading to the scene of the crime, and that's where it's come to a stop. Trouble for Vern Jackson, going to bring out the first caution flag of the evening. Just 1 lap scored into our 20-lap A main feature event here tonight. Stock cars, sport mods, still on tap to close out night number 1 here at the Nippy 50. Track crew going to get on the back bumper of Vern Jackson 64, give him a love shove. Get him headed back home. Tough break for Vern Jackson. A 1-lap wonder under the hood of the 64 car. So it'll be dark side double file when we bring us back to the green flag. Damon Murdy going to roll for the front row all by his lonesome. Drew Burke, the Milan Missile, going to file in on the bottom of the first double file row. Down, get the leftovers there. Kenny Richards. K9 and Tyler Wilson going to round out your top 5 cars.
Hey, real quick, Jason, got some great at-home viewers. You got one to go. I want to thank some of our awesome at-home viewers here. Laura and Bobby Ritchie watching there in Tennessee. Lance Dame out of Chatsworth, Illinois, former modified, UMP modified champion there, watching at home as well. My good buddy J-Bomb Rob tuning in on Flow as well. All say they love these Iowa stock cars, man. Too tough to tame. These guys are putting on a show. Here we go.
Dialed in, ready to go back to the green flag of the caution lights out. Damon Murdy bringing us down to the All-Star Performance Start Zone. We're back underway. Alan Murdy looking to give a looky-loo to the outside of the old man as they bustle down the back straightaway. 3 wide off into 3 and 4. Roberts trying to hold on there. Tyler Wilson getting too high. Hub to hub. Damon going to give him a little bit of a run up the hill. Here comes Dallin right to the right rear quarter panel. 3 laps scored the book, 17 laps complete. tucked tight to the hub. Tyler Wilson and Bob Larson trying to beat the Lone Rangers on the top side. Good battle right there on your screen. You see him at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the speedway, working hard for position. Everybody's still in contention. The top two out the way. That's the father and son duo of Damon and Evan Murray. Damon, no stranger to winning races here at Maquoketa Speedway. Dallin has a couple of his own. Just inside the half. Straight as we work them back to the stripe, but 9 laps down and 11 to go. Kenny Richards still making over the 77W number 4 and 5 positions as we have a little run down the back straightaway. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all working hard. Your top two get away. We're at the halfway point. 10 down, 10 laps to go. We're trying to hustle the inside. Kenny Richards, the number 3 position, hangs in the balance. Bone Larson going to try to roll to the top side. Single-digit laps remain, just 9 to go. This top 5, 2 by 2, racing behind the top 2 as they look to get away from the rest of the field. Keeping our eyes right there on that battle. The top 2, nothing to see. We'll go 3 wide to third. Larson going to rip the lip on the top side. 4 wide down Main Street. They work them down into turns 1 and 2. How about it? Stock cars doing stock car stuff you can't ask for anymore. As we work across the stripe again. 13 down, 7 to go. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Caution. Tricks Utility caution flag going to wave for the 77 of the Milan Missile, Drew Burke, as he gets turned around, headed the wrong direction. Over in turns 3 and 4, Jeremy Campbell in 01J spins to avoid. Murdy will stop there. Crew's going to go to take a look at that. There's trouble under the hood of that 99 car. Your second place runner. He is hailed down the safety crew. See a trail behind it, but there is problems. Dallin Murdy's 99X. Not sure if maybe that's not his track. There was a transponder down there laying right in front of that tire. Maybe his. Can't be certain. It's left to speculation at this point. 12 laps scored to the books, 8 laps to go. Stock car A main here. Murdy, top 2 cars. Bone Larson's there. So Little Murdy takes a evasive action and rolls to the top side here on the start side double file restart. Has been running on the bottom of the racetrack, now gonna roll from the top on this restart. Reel up a little momentum, you never know. That'll stick Bone Larson down to the bottom of the 21. Both those cars looking to run down Damon Murdy, the Chelsea Charger in 99D. 12 laps, a clean dozen scored into the books, 8 laps to go. Stock cars wrap it up. Sport Monzel. Curtain call, night number 1 here at the Nippy 50. We'll kick the caution lights out down the back straightaway, set to go with the game changer. Trying to run down the Chelsea Charger. Top 2. Green flag back underway. run down into turns 1 and 2. Tyler Wilson trying to take a big shot at it. Up in the top handful. He'll roll to the 5th spot as we go side by side. Murdy to the outside of Murdy. Back to the stripe we go. Alan Murdy right through the center of the speedway. Working the top spot now down the back straight. Will be making a visual strike this time by. It'll be 14 laps scored. 6 laps to go. Alan Murdy here, race leader. Murdy by a whisker over Murdy down the back straightaway. They will go. Bo Larson trying to rip the lip of the top side. Hang on to the good stuff. 15 down, 5 knuckles in the wind, 5 to go. Caution, caution, caution. Brandon Schmidt, the 20S, headed the wrong direction. He got hooked and booked. And the Tricks Utility caution flag will wave again. So the Tricks Utility caution flag makes another appearance here tonight. Saved by the bell. Dallin Murdy gonna score a completed lap after he took the lead from the old man. Now he'll roll from the front row. Caution lights out, we'll try again. Alan Murdy, Damon Murdy, Bo Larson. Top 3 cars set to bring us back for a 5-lap dash for cash. It's waiting. Alan Murdy with a good restart, got a whole shot down the back chute side, and before to go this time by. Larson not going away. Here comes the Iceman. Trying to wheel and wheel his. Damon Murdy trying to reel back in. As we work up to it this time, 3 laps to go. Murdy, Larson. Is the Iceman, the C9 of Tyler Wilson, your top 5 cars. Mike Vandermark Jr. trying to make his case, worked into the top 5. Green flag going to go high up in the air this time by 2 laps to go. Trouble strikes again the Tricks Utility caution flag. The 8E of Mitchell Evans as he gets twisted around down to the bottom of turns 3 and 4. That'll display our Tricks Utility caution flag once again. So it'll be green-white checker to close out your stock car extravaganza. Night number 1 of the Nippy 50. Wasn't too long ago they'd say Damon Murdy gets out in front of this, or any. You just write the check. Now the tables have turned. That young man in the 99D is still working under that moniker. Tough to pass. Back to green-white checker to close it out. Dallin leads Damon. Larson in the 3-wide battle for 4, 5, and 6. Down the back, shoot into 3 and 4. Good battle here. Waving the white flag this time. Larson trying to work that high line of Maquoketa Speedway, trying to find some of that. Oh, look out! Trouble for Dustin Miz, the 20V. The race going to score complete on the white flag lap. Caution coming out, the white flag flew. An unofficial race that'll score the race complete on the white flag lap. We'll get the replay, taking a look at what went down into. So for the viewers at home watching here, we'll check out the entire white flag lap as it scores. Too many cars and too little space. Trouble in Calamity Corner. Work our way down into Nippy 50 Victory Lane. One of those sharp-looking composite body Camaro cars. Sponsored by Quality Services, Superior Hay Grinding, Gramadina, Mid-State Machine Powered Hot Rod, Vantome Incorporated, Precision Inc., Balzac Apparel Company, Stealth Oil Well Services, Double D Excavating, Bidwell Farms, Terminator Race Car. All sponsors on the 99X. He's up and out of the car. We can hear you. How about it for Dallin Murdy? Dallin, no stranger to victory lane. You got a couple of wins here at Maquoketa. I got to tell you, man, when they come out with these Camaro bodies and they brought them out of PRI, I thought, boy, that looks... And then you got one, and you put a wrap on it, and I had to eat every word I'd ever said. This is a damn looking sharp car.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what to think of them. I don't know if they look good on the track or not. When I first put it on, I was like, wow, this looks really good. But I don't know, maybe it'll grow on me, and maybe we got an aerial advantage. But no, that was a good race. I got to thank my dad. He got a different kind of car, and I kind of stole some ideas from him off of that and kind of put it towards this, and it all went good. I had my hood flapped up there at the start of the race, so I didn't want to take Dad out. And then finally, I thank Jake and whoever down there that helped me get that off. But, yeah, good night.
How many times have you drove right through the junk in the middle of the racetrack or rolled right around the old man?
That's the last person I want to do it to, but nah, it's all good. You know, we're working at the same place right now, and you know, we're a team, so we're family. But gotta thank my dad, my mom, my sister, all them for helping. I gotta give a huge shout out to Kyle Prezick for giving us a place to work at. Unfortunately, our home shop burnt down last week, so been struggling with that. So we definitely need this. Say hi to my girlfriend. Apologize, they're gonna make me stand next to this lady. Just forgiveness ahead. But my grandma, grandpa, Norm, Kim, Shauna, Allie, Grandma G, Danny. I'm probably forgetting a few. They're all watching back home. Thank all my product sponsors, and hopefully be back here again tomorrow.
Right on, Dallin Murdy picking up feature win in your stock cars. You needed a little bit of change of luck. He got it here tonight. How about our race fans? Let him hear it one more time. Dallin Murdy. Good evening, race fans. Welcome back to the final event of the evening. Night number 1 of the Nippy 50 coming to a close. The Sport Mods on our curtain call. Here tonight, the lineup's going to look like this. On the pole, it'll be Nathan Solanchi out of Freeport, 18 to his outside. The 10F out of Oshkosh, Mitchell Fairbank. Row 2. On the inside, we call him the Candyman from right here in the big city. That is Jarrett Franzen. His outside will be the 9H out of Clarence, Iowa. It's Levi Heath. Third row down low, the 22C out of Rose Creek, Minnesota. That'll be Michael Johnson to his outside. Santa Maria, California. It's Braden Claiborne in 2B. Row number 4, it'll be Ed Mills, the X-Car out of Freeport, Illinois, to his outside. Barstow, Illinois, Eric Turner in 10. Row number 5, it'll be Matt Urban in 48. He comes to us out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. His outside, the 28 from Moline, Illinois, is Brad Salisbury. Row number 6, Justin Becker out of Bernard, Iowa, the 35 junior. Is outside the 10S from Middle Point, Wisconsin, is Shane Bennett. Row number 7 on the inside, it'll be Tyler Carey out of Nashua, Iowa, 9R. To his outside, Andy Wagner in 33X. He's from right here in Maquoketa. Final row on the inside, it'll be Jared Miles in 4J. To his outside, Bolton C out of Chilton, Wisconsin, at 29. We get set to go 15 laps of clean and green. Sport Mods going to curtain call night number 1 here, the Nippy 50. Nathan Solanchi, brand new Harris race car. Take him off into the first set of turns, looking side by side as Andy Wagner takes a tilt-a-whirl. Down in turns 1 and 2, trying to gather it together, he can't. Trouble for Jared Miles down at the entrance of turn number 3. The caution is officially for the 33 of Andy Wagner, but those two cars were the final row, so no harm, no foul. Andy Wagner in 33 going to be charged for the caution. Jared Miles, the final starter on the grid. Tail is the tail, so no real difference there. We'll rack them up, we'll stack them up, we'll try it again. Caution light still on as we work down the back straightaway, trying to square away the lineup. Minor kerfluffle right around about the 3rd row. Looks like that sorted itself out. We'll show them the stick this time. By next time, we'll go green. 15 clean and green laps. That's what we're looking for. Final race of the night. Rock them and roll them again tomorrow night. Night number 2 will close out the second running of the Nippy 50, brought to you by D&E Outside Services. Nathan Solanchi going to try this one more time. The All-Star Performance Start Zone. Solanchi with a good run off of turn 2. Work them off into 3 and 4. The Candyman tucked tight down to the hugging wall. Got to start somewhere. Looking back with the 2 spot frames and trying to hold on to 10 machines. We work them down to 3 and 4 and call that 2. Top side as he looks to reel in Nathan Solanchi at 18. Mitchell Fairbank, 10F car. Working with the race line. We're stringing them together now. Green flag laps. Sharp, the 18 car out from this one. Showing us the way, friends, and still 2 spot 3rd. officially the halfway mark. 7 laps scored into the books, 8 laps to go. Salaji shoots the way. Franza hits the pole there at the entry turn. Upset that just a skosh. Salaji all the way down the back straightaway. Looking sporty. Stealth Racing Carburetors, Silver Creek Landscape, Extreme Coatings, JLC's Karaoke and DJ, Timmy Current Enterprises, Bamberg Plumbing and Excavating, Hometown Trophies and Engraving, Team AVCO, DTR Enterprises, Consilla Concrete Construction, Trophy Chaser, Mark Hart Land and Cattle, and Gemorifics Jewelry sponsored car number 18. How about it, race fans? He's almost out of the car. Help him out, Doom. There he is, up and out of the car. We can hear you, Nathan Salaji. Don't beat it up too bad. It's new. We'll get him out here to the business side of this hot rod. Now tell me if I'm wrong. First laps on this race car was last night.
Yep. I've never been in this car. Last night I put my first few laps of practice in it, and then tonight's the first night I ever raced it, and man, we thought long and hard before we went out for the feature there. Didn't know what the late models were going to do to the track, but we just kind of went with it, and man, I don't think I spun a tire that entire race. It was just hooked up, and it went right where I wanted it, right to the center, and it never messed up unless I overshot it trying to get through lap traffic a little bit there. But yeah, it was pretty good for the first night out on it. I'll take it, definitely. It feels good. I got to thank my cousin Colin, my buddy Branson, my buddy Mark Moss. I don't know. I got a bunch of people to thank. I got to thank all my sponsors on here: Mark Heartland and Cattle, Jim Riffick's Jewelry, Kinsella Concrete Construction, LAD Wraps, Body Crafters, Stealth Racing Carburetors, Tilly Time, Extreme Coatings. Hang on. JLCS Karaoke and DJ, Timmy Curran Enterprises, Bamberg Plumbing and Excavating, Hometown Trophies and Embroidery, Silver Creek Landscaping. I think that's it. I gotta thank my mom and my dad too. That's it.
Well, he says that's it, so I'm gonna take him at his word. Race fans, let him hear it one more time. Nathan Szilagyi, your feature winner. Great night of racing, Mike Norris. Close us up, my friend.
Well, Jason Frommel, great job down there. Great job of the undercard. Man, what a night. What a race. Thanks to all those awesome sponsors. We saw Mr. Hokerd, Jeff Hokerd down there with all those awesome sponsors. Man, it takes everybody to put on a show like this. You great fans, everybody back in the pit area, all the cars here tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to do it again tomorrow. It's going to be another beautiful day here at Maquoketa. So, man, I tell you what, come on back for the finale of the Nippy 50, presented by D&E Outside Services with the Mars Championship Late Model Series, $15,000 on the line tomorrow night. And, man, we saw some great sights here at Maquoketa with the wind. But, man, I tell you what a job by this crew. They did an amazing job. Congratulations to our winners, and congratulations to Bobby Pierce, your winner of the opening night of the Nippy 50. Have a safe trip home. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night.